participants, ladies and gentlemen, uh, good afternoon and warm welcome to all of you on day 3 of India International Symposium on Democracy and Election Management. Over the past 2 days, we have debated, discussed, and deliberated through six highly enriching sessions on themes related to democracy and electoral practices. Speakers from across the globe joined us to share their valuable insights and research finding on issues such as democracy, legal foundation, political parties, voter registration, counting and result, and election observation. We now move on the seventh session, which focus on the election technology, an important and rapidly transforming area that is becoming increasingly significant as well as challenging. Due to its ever evolving and unpredictable nature for election management body across the world, as digital tools, AI integrated platforms, and election technology continue to shape electoral processes, it is always better to be prepared in advance rather than be late in responding to these changes. At the same time, we must also focus on cybersecurity, digital governance, interoperability, and the responsible adoption and implementation of technology. I am sure today's discussion will provide valuable insights and practical lessons for all of us. Now, to begin the session formally, I now invite Mr. Ajay Kumar, Assistant Professor, come Head, School of Election Technology at IIIDEM, to deliver the welcome and context-setting remark. Thank you, sir.
Respected delegates, distinguished speakers, and my dear colleagues from IIIDEM. So a very good afternoon to one and all present here and joining us online. So I am Ajay Kumar, Assistant Professor cum Head, School of Technology in Election. So it is my privilege to chair this session, Election Technology under the global theme, AI and Election in Global Perspective, Governing AI for Election. So artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming how elections are conducted worldwide. From voter service to campaign monitoring, it is enhancing efficiency, decision making. At the same time, it introduces ethical challenges such as misinformation, disinformation, data privacy concern, and risk to public trust. So this dual impact highlights that need not to only adopt AI but to govern it responsibly within electoral system. So this session explore how AI is influencing electoral processes, democratic communications, and institutional trust, while examining both its opportunity and associated risks across pre-electoral, electoral, and post-electoral stages. So we are privileged to have with us Professor Swanirvar Majumdar from Tripura University, Dr. Pritam Mukherjee from Digital University Kerala, and Alberto from International IDEA, who will give us and guide us on integrated technology platform, election technologies, and AI in electoral management respectively. So moving ahead, a few points or a few questions for setting the stage in my mind. The first one is, if we trust digital platforms for financial transaction, why do we hesitate to extend similar system to voting? And what additional safeguards are required? This is the first question. And the second is, where should we draw the line between necessary regulations of AI in elections and risks of limiting innovations and creativity? This is the second one. And the third one is, when information can be perceived as misinformations or disinformation depending upon perspective. It may be possible this is information for me and disinformation or misinformation from other one. So how do we establish objective truth and the trust in electoral processes? So simply we know that the winners write the history book. So everyone have read history in school level also. So today that pen is being adopted by like AI. So if everyone see the world differently, how can we trust a single algorithm to tell us what is the fact and what is the fake? So with these thoughts, I warmly welcome our speaker and look forward to an engaging session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajay. Now we will proceed for our presentation. So before that, we introduce our speakers. So for the first presentation, we would like to so our speakers profiles are, we have Mr. Alberto Fernandez from the IIDEM, who is the head of digitization and democracy program at International IDEA. He is specialized in the intersection of technology and democracy. His work focuses on both regulatory framework and the impact of technology on democratic process and election. He has led a wide range of projects worldwide involving research, advocacy, and technical advisory services focused at the intersection of digitization and democracy. He has published extensively in international media on the impact of technology on the democracy. So he is our first speaker for the today's session. So I will ask Mr. Alberto to present his PPT.
Alberto, you may start. Hello, Alberto, are you there? Can you hear me? This is Hardeep.
So we are facing some technical issues. So Mr. Oh, okay.
Hello,
Okay.
Alberto, are you there? Please start.
Sir, your voice is breaking. We are not clearly listening, able to listen you.
I'm saying that it seems the connection is breaking on your side because it's stable here on my side, but I'm getting your image gets cut every little bit.
Okay, Alberto, just give me one moment to figure out the issue.
Sorry for the technical issue. So Mr. Alberto is not able to join us due to technical issue. So we will proceed with our second speaker, who is Dr. Preeta Mukherjee. He is an assistant professor at School of Computer Science and Engineering at Digital University, Kerala. He was a postdoctoral research scholar in cyber security at KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Sweden. He completed his PhD in security metrics and Masters of Engineering in Computer Science and Engineering from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, India. He is currently serving as the principal investigator for the Ministry of Electronic Technology funded project to automate security operations. His research interests include security metrics, attack modeling, software-defined networking, risk analysis, and 5G security. He teaches cybersecurity courses at the postgraduate level and guide PhD scholars in related domains. He also collaborates closely with industry and has published several research papers in reputed journal and conference. So please welcome Dr. Pritam Mukherjee.
Hello, I'm audible. So, yeah, very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and online. I am Dr. Pritam Mukherjee. I am representing Kerala. The topic given to us is election technology. So, I will be discussing about the election technologies, global landscape, challenges and practices. So I will try to discuss about the breadth of the technologies which we are using for election, and maybe a few use cases, and globally how a technology is being used for election, and what are the challenges and what are the opportunities for us. So to start with, election technology have some significances, obviously, that we already know. I mean, there are experts who also must have discussed during this symposium that technology enhances efficiency, then improves accuracy, because manual intervention, whenever is coming, manual error can also creep in. So technology, if it is properly deployed, properly implemented, this manual error thing will be reduced drastically. But obviously it depends on how it is getting implemented, how it is getting deployed, how accurate is the technology deployment. It enables faster result declaration, particularly for the election thing. It will definitely enable faster result declaration, because if it is technological, digitally we can count, we can transfer, and the total process can reduce significantly, rather than manual balloting and counting it manually and then recounting, etc., etc., whatever the process are. Strengthens transparency and auditability. So the total process, if it is digital, we can just go through the software codes. We can see if there is any bug, any algorithmic issue, any any issue in the process itself. So those things can be transparent when we will be using technology. And obviously, with this, we have to keep in mind that technology need to be deployed properly. And there are stages. I will discuss that in the ongoing presentation. Then it supports scalability. Country like India, it is very much required to have the technologies as scalable. Once the technology is in use, it is very easy to scale it up. Manually, you will be needing more resources, more manpower. Same kind of manpower will need to be reused again and again. But in case of technology, we can reuse the same technology for scaling it up. Yeah. Okay. So key challenges like security risks, cyber attacks, security risks are there in the technology whenever we are using. Like cyber attacks can be there, tampering issues can be there, trust deficit among the stakeholders. So whoever will be the stakeholder of the election, they may not be trusting the technology itself. So that for that thing we need a verifiable and transparent system. System vulnerabilities and software integration concerns. So every digital technology has some software, can have system vulnerabilities, can have issues like malconfiguration, misconfiguration issues. And now, as Sir correctly set the stage, with the advent of AI, maybe you know that this AI from cloud mythos, that thing which came, people are saying the zero-day attacks are now coming every day. It is possible to use those AI techniques. So with those AI capabilities, we should be very much cautious about using the technology, and we should be checking the technology not only once but maybe thrice. Digital divide affecting the accessibility. A country like India or many other countries, there are digital divides of accessibility. Different on different zone, we have difference of this digital divide. Operational complexity and infrastructure dependency. Contrary to the manual, setting up the technology itself for election is a big deal. So initial operational complexity will be huge. Infrastructure dependency will be also higher. And infrastructure configuration, infrastructure maintainability, those issues will also raise. Going to the trends and opportunities, obviously, I mean, challenges will not stop us from using technology. So already adoption started worldwide. So adoption of end-to-end verifiable voting system is something which we are looking for. So I think only few countries all over the world could reach up to that level. But people are trying to go to that level such that electronics can be end-to-end verifiable voting system and can be technologically and digital in that sense. We can use biometric voter authentication, like for this voter authentication scheme registry and the identification, we can use biometric. We can use exploration of this blockchain-based voting, where it will be properly ledgered, all the whatever we will be doing with maintaining anonymity. The total technology process can be verifiable, verified, and like logged. Increased focus on the transparency and audit maintenance. So mechanisms, those are also possible with the technology. Integration of real-time result transmission. That is a big deal, because manually that's one of the problem, because this operational challenges are huge in the manual. Paper ballots or the physical things need to be transferred physically. But in case of digital, it can be used like real-time transmission is possible. Opportunities for us. Strengthening public trust through verifiable system. So whatever the system we will be using, that should be verified and public should trust on them. So maybe sensorization is also required. Then enhancing the cybersecurity frameworks for the election, as Sir also discussed, that when we are using the technology for our payment system, why not technology for the election system? So obviously, I mean, we can see the cybersecurity, what are the issues, what are the possibilities. It is obviously possible, as people are more concerned about maybe for the finance rather than the election. So we should be using that thing. So enabling remote and accessible voting solutions. So those are also possible remotely to find vote, to cast your vote remotely. Leveraging data analytics for the election management. So once everything is digital, a lot of data will be created, and with those data we can do a lot of analytics and find out better solutions. Promoting standardization and global practices. So whatever the digital solution will come, that same solution can be used in different places. Same setup can be used in different places, same configuration can be used separate places. So global standardization is possible with the digital, with the use of technology. So what we studied from the election technology, like this domain from the Kerala side, we studied the available data on the election practices across various countries. We analyzed level of technology used in different stages for different EMBs, and prepared a report on country-wise adoption of technologies in elections. So that we already submitted. Maybe some polishing is required on the document. Then prepared a questionnaire to capture country-wise technology usage in the following areas. So we tried to like segregate the total technology, this election process into few stages, and we tried to see what are the technologies that are being used for each and every stage. Like voter registration and identification. So what are the technologies that are being used? Voting technologies, different places, different kinds of voting technologies are being used. Then vote verification and audit. So once the vote is casted, how to verify it and audit it. Then result processing and publication, election administration, transparency and monitoring, and security. So these are when we prepare the questionnaire, we look up to these different stages of the election, and we try to figure out what are the technologies that are being used for every stage. Like voter registration identification, we saw that latest technologies, we can use biometric system. Now maybe some paper-based system and some other kind of systems are being used manually, like in India, but in many other places we started. Maybe worldwide adoption is required, maybe some standardization is required. For each and every one, some standard methodology for this thing can be created. Electronic voter registers that can be used. Then smart electronic voter ID cards can be used, which can easily identify some particular voter. Then electronic voter verification systems. These are like similar kind of system can be used, where electronics can be used for like verification of the voter. Then voting technologies, direct record electronic DRE machines can be used, that like India we already started using that. Even in some places optical scan voting systems are used, where you are casting the vote on the ballot paper and then getting scanned optically, and then data is generated, digital data is generated, rather than directly at the source giving it as digital. Internet-based remote votings are possible, mobile votings are possible. These are like very less adoption happened all over the world. Only few countries are adopting it. There are huge challenges. Whenever internet-based, mobile-based voting system will come, lot of security issues, lot of trust issues will be coming with it. But that would be the best thing possible. So in future, to go ahead, maybe this would be the future solution. Vote verification audit, like we have the VVPAT system, voter verifiable paper audit trail, which will help you like challenge anything, and we can check, audit the system if it is counting properly or not. Cryptographic verification system like blockchain based voting mechanisms, these also can be used. Cryptography can be used for storing that thing. You can use your like public key crypto system where like your public key, private key can be used for verification, non-repudiation, integrity. This kind of like clauses can be satisfied. Results processing and publication. For that, electronic result transmission system can be used. Like whenever the vote is registered, then vote can be technologically transmitted to the central system. Online result publication platforms can also be used where result will be shown online. So you may not need any, maybe in future you may not need any man in the loop. These total things can be automated and verifiable, automated, trustable system. Election administration, like GIS based planning system, few places people started using it, EMBs started using it. Like GIS based planning system will be monitoring the location or the precincts of this election where the voting is happening, the booth level. Then cloud-based data storage and collaboration platforms are also possible. Then digital election management tools, then staff monitoring management systems, these are possible under the election administration. Transparency and monitoring. Public election information portals and surveillance of monitoring systems, these are very like upcoming things through which we can make the process transparent and we can monitor the whole process. And security is one very big concern whenever it is digital. So cyber security systems and infrastructure protection mechanisms should be there. Like whenever we are talking about the technology, there are few stages of testing in the technology. So this is just a little bit, I am going out of the topic a little bit, just for one slide. Technology when we are using, there are some stages of testing the technology. Like first would be the acceptance testing, where the POC level we verify system functionality before delivery to ensure it meets the requirement. So that's the first step where where we see that this particular technology can be usable and can provide the functionality. Then the performance testing. Once we see that it is accepted, then we see the performance if it is working under the speed, like evaluate the speed, responsiveness, scalability under expected workloads. Then we can see the stress testing. If the workload is more than expected, then test the system under stability under the extreme conditions beyond the normal capacity. So stress testing one is satisfied or one particular technology like kind of get through that testing system. Then we can see the security testing. So ensures the protection of data and system integrity and like the security hexad, that is the CIA, confidentiality, integrity, availability, then authentication, authorization, non-repudiation. So all this hexad, I mean these 6 factors need to be satisfied by any technology being used. Like confidentiality is for like you cannot see like something which is confidential. Integrity, someone should not be changing it, who should not be changing this thing. And availability is things should be available. And authentication, authorization is for how much access should be given and whom it should be given. And non-repudiation is once you do something, you cannot say that you have not done that. So these are the things from the security side is coming. Then we can check the usability testing. So maybe we have created a very good system. The system is very helpful, very secured. Is it usable? Or are like people are like spending a lot of time to use it? or very complex to use it. So we made it so secure that it's very complex. You have to give biometric, you have to give MFA, multi-factor authentication, many things can be there. So assessing user experience by observing real users' interaction with the system is the next level of 5th stage of testing. And the source code review is a final stage. So even this technological system can go through the common criteria certification, like CC certification, which we are using for any security tools. We can check the source code or even the process itself, how it has been created, because nowadays supply chain attacks are also coming. Maybe some libraries you are using, that library itself is kind of corrupted. That library, if you use, that corruption will come to your system as well. Yeah, so these are like the basics of this technology use. Let's see the technology adoption all over the world. We have taken it from one 2022 document which has been shared by IDEA. So global use of election technologies for the 175 states. So 50 states, they are using biometric ID verification. Then there are, I cannot see the slides properly. Okay, so there are some numbers given. I mean, voting methods, I mean, what is the adoption of voting methods worldwide? Some numbers are given from different EMBs, how much they are using it. Like you can see the internet voting, like only 12 countries are using it. 12 countries may be using it for the country level, voting, but many countries have started it in the pilot level, in the smaller like regional voting or some other like non so significant voting things, just to check the usability of the functionality. Functionalities are there. Then registration verification process, now some numbers are given. Polling station information, how it is online, it is like reflected, or this mobile app based lookup, those things are also there. Results and tabulation. So result tabulation, electronic tabulation, then machine readable results, like 101 and 50 countries are using it. It is just showing the numbers, but not the depth of it. But more or less, these many countries started using it. They have the capability. Now they are using it for the country level elections or not, that's another thing. Maybe for that reason, where this kind of forums will be helpful to frame a guideline, to frame a framework kind of thing, which will help other EMBs to follow the standards. Software transparency, like 22 states are using open source tools. So open source tools are can be helpful because they can be verifiable very easily. Then we have the political finance transparency. That is also possible. 83 countries are using that. Some pictures I have, these are taken from the IDEA website only. The technology adoption for the election electronic tabulation systems are being used. How many countries are being used? That we can see the blue countries are using the electronic tabulation system. Then this is one interesting thing, that is the e-voting. E-voting system, as you can see, adoption is very less, very few. Only blue countries are adopting it, as I told, but the technology is there, but still people are little hesitant because of security and other, and maybe the accessibility issues also, like countries like India, accessibility issues are there. Case study, I just will go through it very fast. We thought about giving, other than India, another country, that is Philippines. They are taken some time to come to the using digital or this technology for election, but they are now following one of the countries which is following the technology for all stages of the election. They are trying to use that. So they are using the vote counting machines, the VCMs. That is, pilot has been done in 1996, but they have done full implementation of it in 2010 only. So digital voter list, automated vote counting, electronic result transmission. So all these 3 stages they are using technology. Voting technologies, VCM, that is the vote counting machines. Just I will go through it. Scans hand-marked paper ballots, then converts the votes into secure system, then stores physical ballots for audit and generates the VVPAT system, then uses the secure storage in the SD card. Result transmission will be happening automatically to 4 servers simultaneously: central server, transparency server, municipal server, and backup server. Transparency and security measures. mandatory source code review by the stakeholders that has been done. So trust on the system is very high. Actually, trust on the system is around 84% as per the recent record. Independent certification of the machines has been done by the certified one US-based company. This is the voting process and for this Philippines in the precinct. So votes are coming. That the fourth stage where the scanning is happening, that's where vote counting machine is working, where the paper ballot is transferred to a digital ballot, and the vote is securely stored and transferred. This is kind of a vote counting machine which they are using. Adoption of technology, case of India, uses of technology for preparation of the electoral rolls we are using. Then voting, DRE machines with VVPAT we are using. Election results processing, we are using technology. Election administration we are also using. Impact, obviously fast processing, we have the capability of 4 days to declare result. Way forward, development of global standards and best practices for election technologies. That's where this kind of forum can help us. Strengthening international collaboration, knowledge sharing among the EMBs. Adoption of security by design with the regular audits and certifications. Enhancement of transparency and verifiability like VVPAT, E2E systems. Then responsible use of emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, and cryptography, those systems. Ensuring inclusiveness, accessibility, usability. Establishment of robust regulatory and data protection frameworks. So regulations are also required when we will be using technology, and this regulation can be used anywhere in the world, so it can be standardized. Balancing innovation with trust and democratic integrity will be the way forward. So thank you. That's from my side. So.
Thank you, Dr. Pita Mukherjee, for your insightful session. Due to some technical difficulty, Mr. Alberto will now join. Earlier, not able to join us, so he is ready. So, Mr. Alberto, now you can present your PPT.
We hope that the technology is on our side this time, and that my presentation will work. So I trust you can hear me and you can see my slides. So I want to talk about how artificial intelligence is reshaping electoral management. And you have to live under a rock today in order not to have hear about artificial intelligence. It's everywhere. It seems to dominate not only the news, but also the economy. It seems to dominate even geopolitics. But I think it's interesting to pause a little bit and think, why are we talking about AI? If there is anybody in the room who has been following the debate on artificial intelligence, this is a very old discipline, but it has been very obscure for many years. In the 80s and 90s, there were a lot of academics working very obscurely on artificial intelligence without a lot of success and struggling to actually finding funds to fund their research. But that changed when the big tech companies started to invest on it. And something changed dramatically when Google published a paper where they presented what they call the Transformers architecture. I'm not going to get into what the Transformers architecture is. It is because it's quite complex. I don't know if I'm actually able to explain it that easily, but it's basically the technology that runs below most of the artificial intelligence systems we are using today. There also has been a lot of advances in deep learning, in the capacity of software to actually learn from input. But there is also a fundamental factor here, and is that even without, the Transformers architecture and the deep learning capabilities will mean nothing if it wasn't from our data and computing power. So today we have billions and billions of data points. Every time we use anything electronic, there is a data point that is created. And we also have the computing power to run and to analyze that data. And I think these two things are these things together are the reason why we're talking about artificial intelligence today all the time. So if we zoom in a little bit on the elections, I think it's important to focus on three key moments. We all know the electoral cycle. I want to focus on three key moments: the pre-electoral, electoral, and post-electoral phase, and some of the potential applications for artificial intelligence that we are either thinking they are possible or we are already seeing as possible. So if we go to before the election, everything that happens before the election, artificial intelligence can be used or is being used already, and I will go into that later. For instance, to manage the voter list, to find mistakes in the voter list, to find repetitions, and so on. It makes a very manual work automatic and way easier. It can be used to voter registration, calculate the results allocation before the election, estimation of cost. It can be used, and it has been used already, for civic education and mobilization, for chatbots. There is plenty of uses. The sky is the limit when it comes to pre-electoral uses. There are so many things electoral authorities can do with artificial intelligence. During the election day, and some of these also could also work before. One of the things that electoral authorities keep asking me is about using AI for social media monitoring. And a lot of the vendors that provide social media tools, they always claim there is a big deal of artificial intelligence involved in their tools. So artificial intelligence can improve significantly social media monitoring, social media listening, and the capacity of electoral authorities to understand what is happening on social media and what type of narratives are being pushed. It can be used for voter identification and verification. There is a lot of ethical concerns regarding the use of facial recognition, but it's also it can be used for voter identification and verification, for counting, for real-time turnout analysis. There are several issues, several ways to use artificial intelligence during the electoral day. And during the post-election, the artificial intelligence can be used for post-electoral audits, for political finance consolidation and analysis. There are some attempts and pilots to use artificial intelligence to consolidate what political parties, the invoice from political parties, and flag those that might be problematic. So there are many theoretical applications of the technology. When we ask globally the different global EMBs about what are they using artificial intelligence for, how are they preparing, do they have they changed anything? We got three main concerns and ideas. The first one is that they all feel artificial intelligence is arriving quickly. They don't have the time to think about it or to prepare. It's arriving and it's not waiting for them. Confidence is uneven. Some electoral authorities are very confident about it. They trust they will be able to use it for the best. They trust it's not gonna affect the election that much. Others are a bit more skeptic about its effect and its benefits. And something that I think is extremely important and is often not given enough attention is the governance of artificial intelligence. How do we set up our institutions to govern this technology in the right way? When it comes to technology, and I want to link with the previous presentation, when it comes to technology, actually technology tends not to be the problem, and it's ironic, right? But it is not the problem, the technology. The problem is the governance of the technology. There will always be a technological solution. That's not a problem. It's how do we govern and use it. So what we are seeing are three waves of EMB AI adoption. First one is the bake-in artificial intelligence. Services that are already going on in which artificial intelligence becomes bigger. I mean, makes them more efficient, more capable. So OCR, image analysis, cybersecurity, for instance, monitoring, productivity tools, things like we all use ChatGPT and Claude in our day-to-day. These are tools that already exist, that EMBs are already using, but that they are getting better. Well, not always better, but at least they are getting sprinkled with artificial intelligence, and now they have enhanced capabilities when it comes to their function. A second wave is service AI, products that are not possible without artificial intelligence, but that they become possible thanks to artificial intelligence. So chatbots, voter support systems, that they increase the speed and scale, and they become possible. They become plausible and usable from the perspective of an electoral authority. And then the third wave is core election AI. And this is the high risk. This is where we need to focus all of our efforts and where the governance system becomes fundamental. These are AI systems that are used to improve the way we arrive to the results, the workflows, the vote counting, oversight targeting. These things are very, very core election administration issues that are very high risk because we don't have space for mistakes. And this is where potentially artificial intelligence can have the biggest impact, but also the most negative one. One example of a country experimenting and testing artificial intelligence in South Africa. So we have one clear example of bake-in AI. They improve online voter registration and verification using AI image comparison in party registration. So they have a system that has already existed. It's becoming better through the use of AI image comparison and AI in general for voter registration. They're also using other technologies that are only possible because of AI, and this is building a public-facing chatbot of enough quality to reduce or limit as much as possible the risk of hallucinations. They are restricting data to official election documents only. So the AI system cannot go to the internet and research. It will only go back to official electoral documents. And that way, we protect the system, we protect the chatbot from, for instance, having the chatbot having the data poison, or looking for data that is not 100% accurate. If it only can rely on official election documents, we reduce significantly the risk of hallucinations. Another example, Mexico and Pakistan. In Mexico, the National Institute for Elections, it's building a data lake to improve predictive modeling. So basically, they are working in the infrastructure of artificial intelligence. They are putting all the data they have in a way that can be used for different functions of the election. The idea is that imagine a lake where you can go and grab some water and then drink that water, and that water has been tested that it works and it's following certain standards. So then you can do a lot of things. You can use that water to water your plants, or to cool down system, or this is the analogy, and that's why it's a data lake. Pakistan is also using it for election logistics. it is also being used in operations and workflows. So again, South Africa is improving election night reporting with AI, using AI to process and quality check, but very importantly, not to decide results. It's only to make more accurate and better the work of humans. Albania has an AI vote counting pilot. That is, it has human challenges tied to AI, but the idea is that AI will be a support to the human and not substitute the human. So it will take work out of the human, but the decision-making process will always rest on a human being. Something very interesting that is happening, many examples, Estonia, Peru, Mexico, are using AI in Ukraine, are using AI in legal workflows. A lot of the work of electoral authorities, it's legal, it's taking decisions, analyzing cases, and so on. And many countries are using AI to make this go fast. If you look actually at the commercial side, there is a couple of very successful companies, Harvey and Legola, which are actually also betting in the same idea. Legal work is very tedious, it's very labor intense, it requires a lot of memory, a lot of reading long text. AI can do all that, and then allow lawyers and jurists to use their brains in the most efficient way. And something that, again, I say before, it's fundamental, which is the governance models. And if I were to advise electoral authorities, I would say this is where you start. Before any technology, before you think about what can I do with artificial intelligence, you start with your governance model. How are you going to govern the technology? Who is going to be in charge? There are different models. Mexico, it also depends on the shape and mandate of the electoral authority. The electoral authority in Mexico is autonomous on internal structures. They have created internal structures to govern the technology. In Albania, the electoral code gives the commission the authority to test technology, so they are linking this legitimacy to the implementation process. They're basically using their capacity to test. In South Africa, it's about a business need. It needs to be proof of concept. It needs to make sense. It needs to be used for something that is needed, rather than just experimented for the sake of testing the technology. Pakistan followed the legislation first enabled. Estonia, top-down policy development. So what risks and challenges are we seeing? What our the different EMBs around the world that are using the technology, what are they telling us are the risks and challenges? The first one is performance, and this is the most important one. Performance, accuracy, and suitability for the task. Artificial intelligence is not and might never be 100% accurate. And that for elections is a problem, because we need 100% accuracy in elections, in certain parts of the election. So this is an issue that needs to be contemplated from the start. The performance and accuracy is still a challenge. This is improving, it's becoming less and less problematic, but we still find bias and discrimination in the input that artificial intelligence systems give. There is also some concerns in terms of data privacy and certain potential violations of human rights. This, I have to say, a few years ago, it was much more concerning, but it's becoming less and less of a concern, and it's becoming much better. Public trust and transparency. The currency of elections is trust. If the system might be perfect, but if people don't trust it, and they don't believe it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, then this is a problem, and it's gonna generate a lot of problems downstream. And cybersecurity. if you're following the news about artificial intelligence, you hear about the Mythos model that Anthropic was going to release, and that they realized that it was too powerful and that it will create a cybersecurity threat too big, because it was very good at detecting flaws and vulnerabilities. It was basically a machine to create 0 days in the most important digital infrastructure of our countries. But sadly, artificial intelligence is not a tool that only EMBs are going to be using. It's also a tool that external actors are going to be using. So, what are the threats to elections? The first one is misinformation. And I think this is something we still need to think exactly what the threat is. There are some unintentional misinformation from chat box, increasing quality, generative AI. We're seeing how in different elections, parties are using the technology in different ways. It might not be about deepfakes that much. So it's still to be understood what is the information integrity threat of artificial intelligence. Cybersecurity, I already explained this. And campaigns. Campaigns are using AI to become better, faster, and more efficient. But there is a lot of issues with that. The data analytics they do, the data collection, privacy, etc. So let me conclude with 7 lessons. And these 7 lessons should apply to every electoral authority in the world. The first one, start with low risk, high value uses. Start with things that even if they fail, they're not going to be a disaster. Tie every AI idea to a real operational need. I always say when an EMB thinks they want to solve a problem with technology, the first reflex should be saying no. And only if there is no other way to solve the problem than by using technology, then you should use technology. A proof of concept is not optional. You need a proof of concept, not just because it's fancy. You need to use it. Keep humans accountable and in the loop, and keep enough capacity within the EMB. This is fundamental. You need to have capacity within the EMB. People need to understand what they're doing with the tools. Procurement is where the details happen. And right now, most countries don't have enough controls. So this is about internal governance, interagency collaboration, collaborate with other agencies, and ensure safety, protect the rights and the data sovereignty. Last thing that I'm going to say, this is a roadmap of where all the EMBs should consider their trip. But I can talk about that at a different occasion. But we start with internal governance as the first part. Thank you very much. Please go and check our publication on artificial intelligence for electoral management. And thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alberto, for your insightful perspective. Now we move to our next speaker, Professor Majumdar, sir. He is a professor in the Department of Information Technology at Tripura University since 2020. He earned his PhD from Jadavpur University, his MTech from the University of Calcutta, and his BTech from the Northern Eastern Hill University, Shillong. With nearly 2 decades of academic and research experience, he previously served as the Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology in Arunachal Pradesh from 2006 to 2017. His research interests include signal processing, image processing, AI, machine learning, and natural language processing. He is a fellow of Institute of Engineers and a senior member of IIIE. So, sir, please.
Thank you. So, respected delegates on the dais, and our online expert who is available here. So, Before starting, I would like to thank my earlier speakers, Ajay sir, for starting the theme, Dr. Mukherjee for discussing the election technology, so he has reduced a lot of my efforts in that, and Dr. Alberto for taking up the AI part of here. So here, though Tripura has been given the integrated technology platform, while working with our team, Dr. Biplab Dennath is here, from the CEO side we have Abhijit sir, and the other experts, Professor Minal Debbarma and Niladri sir, who were in the last conference. So what we found is that though integrated technology platforms is becoming important these days, but there is a issue of the population as well as variation in the different countries worldwide. So my presentation is related to that. What are the issues and challenges, and regarding that I'll be starting. So firstly, to start off, the initial thing already Mukherjee sir had started, but what we have a problem here is that though we are coming up with the AI and we are starting to implement with the digitization, we are having too much data available nowadays, and our systems that are now having more computing power and they can evaluate, but our systems capacity using AI and other predictive technology is as good as the data. If you don't provide the data properly, or we have data hallucinations, this particular thing doesn't work, and a lot of other risks involved are already there, whether it is for AI or the technology. So the problem that we are having is that because of the population scale, then infrastructure, cyber risk, exposure, legal frameworks, threat landscapes, so elections are critical, but nowadays it is becoming more and more complex. Like we already have seen the case of the because of our census, each representative of the people is not representing equal amount of population of India, which we have here. So we have these 3 points where these concerns have to be taken into account for addressing the problem. And one size fits all is not a solution. We can come up with the election technology and integrated technology platforms, but those will be based on the ground realities of the different countries, how good their technological background is, what is the size of the country, and so on. So when we started this work, we have grouped them into 3 groups. So I'll be discussing according to that only. So why ITP, you all know, we are actually working on that, but the integrated platforms help us in a lot of ways, so whether it is transparency or the lifecycle management or the standardization of the cyber security, and they are actually supported by the stakeholder perception and the trust issues, as our previous speakers have already discussed that. Now the objective or the core challenge is that how can we design one platform that works in all countries. Now Estonia is not equal to India. We are having around 1000 times difference in the population between one is in million and one is in billion. If you compare Estonia and India, Maldives is not equal to USA. USA has a very vast electorate, where Maldives, as yesterday in the thematic group they were saying that there is more voluntarily they conduct the elections. Now different constraints are there: scale, the trust models, legal frameworks. So the countries differ in terms of their population, infrastructure, legal systems, cyber risk, and the audit systems also. In some countries the audit systems are there, where in other countries the audit system is not foolproof. So to develop the population cluster based framework is that when we give some or we propose some technology, we have to think of the country specific wise, and we cannot put it in general. So the solution, or you can say the proposed solution, what we have done is that we have grouped them into 3 groups, A, B and C. One is less than 10 million, another is 10 to 100 million, and another is more than 100 million, like our country. So in these clusters we can at least group them, but but among the clusters also there will be some issues, whether it is a centralized process or distributed process or decentralized process. Those things are there. If I have time, I have some few case studies which I'll take up. So the population clustering matters because of this logistics complexity, cyber attack, already our previous speakers have discussed, infrastructure, because the country may be developing, developed or underdeveloped, so the infrastructure and scalability and the funding or the GDP will also affect. Obviously the operational risks happen. So the insight is that technology suitability is non-linear with respect to scale, and we have designed a questionnaire. If I have time, I'll be discussing that particular part. So we have taken into account the core principles, cluster specific risks, and this ensures the comparability as well as the contextual relevance with respect to the respective countries. So starting with the core design principles, what we have is that offline vote casting has better security compared to the online ones. Real-time dashboards give some amount of transparency. Then digital services gives accessibility. Cybersecurity audits help us in the trust part, and election IT and critical infrastructures are also very important. So these form the non-negotiable backbone of all the ITPs. So the core design principles which we propose is that the initial part my previous speakers have taken up. So cluster A, if you see, we have to adapt advanced innovations such as internet voting. Estonia has already done that because it is a small country. It is like everybody knows everybody kind of thing, if you consider, though it is 10 million, less than 10 million, but there are very smaller countries than Estonia also, which have very few populations like Maldives. Then cluster B analysis has to have the best of both the worlds, so it has to be hybrid, combining the electronic voting along with the audit part, biometric registrations and digital tracking. Cluster C analysis is highly secure. They have to be, and trust is an issue because we have a very big population with say very diverse, like our country is having a diverse type of population who are different in their, if you see the education level, if you see the technology learning based or how much they know about technology. So we have to walk a very thin line. So we have to have a highly secure, scalable system with air-gapped voting and multi-stage validation of this. Like for example, we initially started off with the PAN, but PAN now has to be clubbed with Aadhaar because there are a lot of issues that were coming with the PAN. Say for example, my name is Benudhan Nayak. Earlier we could have say one PAN with BD Nayak and one PAN as Benudhan Nayak. If they are registered in two different accounts, when it was not Aadhaar linked, then the same person could have two PANs, and one could be his salary account, another could be his business account. Whereas one real problem that we faced is that initially there were one of my colleagues, he couldn't get his PAN after joining. Why? Because at that time Aadhaar link was not there. They were twins, and Manipuri people, they give like Sorkhaibam Suresh Singh and Sorkhaibam Sanjit Singh. They are two brothers. Now their father's name is same, date of birth is same, and the PAN is registered as Sorkhaibam S Singh. So you have two Sorkhaibam S Singh, same father name, same date of birth. So they were not getting the PAN. Later on they had to modify the name and get the PAN. But now with the Aadhaar link we have a better option. So two different people are linked to same PAN, and one person being linked to two different PAN was the issue unless we included the biometric. Now along with the biometric we have more things which are coming up. So if you see the cluster insights, if you see the characteristics based on A, B and C which we have grouped, in one case we have high agility, one case we need hybrid, one case we have a massive, because of the massive population scale we have to have it differently. And the feasible innovations you can see here, EVM and audit trails for the B group, you can have air-gapped, whereas internet voting can be done for the smaller populations very easily. So innovations first ecosystems is for the smaller countries, you can directly go for that. Hybrid digital along with physical systems will be for the group B, and security first thing, because once it is a big country you have a lot of security issues. So why uniform design fails is because when you go for internet voting for cluster A it is viable, whereas for cluster C like India it is risky. Then full digitization is unacceptable for this. That's why we still have the VVPAT with the EVM, and we are still not going for the voting, as Sir had said that we can transfer crores with a OTP based Aadhaar, but we cannot give one vote with that OTP. So cyber threats, obviously scale, and the misalignment gives us the loss of trust, operational failure, political instability coming into picture. And the role of stakeholder in the questionnaire that we had framed was based on the cross-country benchmarking, but later on I came to know that only the EMBs will be responding. It will not be the different diverse population of the EMBs which will be responding. So cross-country benchmarking, evidence-based decision making, policy alignment, because different countries have different policies, then risks, trade-off, adoption, readiness, and these will help to bridge technology with governance, as already I think Sir has already discussed that governance part is also very important. So the risk and policy insights, if you compare, in one case we have the risk of cyber attacks, system failures, misinformation, disinformation, and accountability gaps, whereas for the policy we need the legal safeguards, limit to digitization. The legal safeguard, you have seen that Aadhaar cannot be used for voting as of now as per our Indian constitution. Maybe once the High Court allows, maybe we can use Aadhaar based voting and we can go for internet voting, but that is in future, not as of now. Then we have to compare with our global standards, and the design may be risk informed and not tech driven. So if you compare, do the analysis and assessment, you see that first is the risk assessment. In the risk assessment, the design has to be risk informed. The cyber security again comes into the picture. Governance and policy, because the government and political parties have to be ready for that. If the government is ready but the other political parties are not ready, you cannot go for implementation of that. All political parties have to be ready for that. Maybe in the pilot phase we can start with online election, but unless because if I have time, I'll take up the case studies. In some countries it has failed also initially while implementing the internet based voting. So the proposed architecture will be having a global reference with respect to, say, offline voting, federated governance, real-time transparency, cyber audits, because along with the once the election is done, whether some cyber security attacks have been done or not, whether it is, say, the result that has come up in online voting is actually correct or not, or if there is some tampering, we have to go for the cyber audits also. Then scalable and grievance systems. So if there is some grievance, we already have presently we are having cameras fixed in our voting things, but what happens is that sometimes they shut down the power in the booths and you don't get the video. So a lot of things in the election process, because we have worked with the election department, we know these kind of issues come. So the findings, recommendations, and decisions, if I go first, the key findings that the population scale will be important when we apply. So that's why we have this A, B, and C. And modular design is essential, and security must scale with respect to size. More bigger country, more security issues. Smaller country, less security issues comparatively. And recommendations are that we can adopt cluster-based designs, which we have proposed, and implement the modular platforms, strengthen the cyber security, and develop the global standards. But the cyber security is a very big risk, because we have to be prepared always for the attacks, and the attacker needs only one instance to be successful. So the decision is that which we propose is the population cluster based approach is essential for designing the effective, scalable, and trustworthy election technology platforms for the different ITPs. And the proposed solution, one platform is not equal to one design, so we can go for the modular cluster adaptive architecture with common core, configurable modules, because if you give a one technology and we don't have configurable modules, then we cannot go for different country wise modules. And scale sensitive deployment. Then the proposed architecture vision with respect to the ITPs, if you see, the core layer should have security, audit, and identity. Without that security, audit, and identity, we don't have the trust coming into the picture. And the cluster modules will have the different voting methods for different countries, transparency tools, data systems will be different. And as I told, and Alberto sir also discussed, the AI is as good as the data. If you don't feed it, because if it is a kid, you are always giving him different fruits and different circular fruits, balls to play, and if you suddenly give a orange, the kid will think it to be a ball, it will not be thinking it to be a fruit, because it was not trained with respect to that particular thing. The same thing happens with the AI. So the case studies, Estonia versus India, which I was discussing in the initially, differences in the population are there. So India avoids the internet voting, whereas Estonia has been successfully doing that. So same technology, which I already told, safe in Estonia, risky in India. And if you see the comparative table, you can see the differences in the population. It is small, I think, but if you can see, the differences are there. Now these two are in two different extremes. One is a small country, one is a big country. But if you see the next two, Brazil and United States, they are both big countries. One is having a centralized model, whereas another is having a decentralized model. So here also, based on the governance and the process, it is different. For Brazil, you have strong central control on the uniform digital system. And for USA, you have a heterogeneous system where you have paper ballots and digitizations together. And the governance structure is as important as the population scale. So they are different in their governance styles, though they are both grouped in the same group. So this is the comparative analysis if you see for USA and Brazil. Then the second is Kenya versus Sri Lanka. They are both hybrid systems. Both are in the same group, but Kenya has innovation plus failures and trust issues because they've while implementing they have failed once or twice. And Sri Lanka is having the old traditional model, so it is slow, but it is fruitful because people do not have any trust issues in that, because it is a slower process compared. But while Kenya tried to implement it, but it failed. Now I think they are working on it. So both are in group B with say maybe little difference in the population, but both are grouped in group B, 100 to 10 to 100 million. But one is paper based, one is having paper plus digital, but initially there were some issues with the Kenyan elections. Then if you compare Nigeria versus Indonesia, they are both developing democracies. Both countries face the infrastructure gaps, large scale logistic challenges, and here gradual the technology adaptation is your gradual and risk sensitive. So cluster C, they are both grouped in the same, but they are if you compare Nigeria with this Indonesia, still they are going for the paper ballots like Sri Lanka is going. So it is slow in one group, another group it is faster. Similarly, UK and Estonia, if you see, both are having trust comparisons. If you see, UK prioritizes the trust, so they have the old paper ballot system, and Estonia based on technology. So the trust models differ based on the technology models. So the cross case synthesis, if you do, you have the population scale, governance models, digital infrastructure, cyber risk exposure, and public trust models if you see, and with respect to that you have the impact. So technology success is mainly context dependent, whether it is group A, group B, group C country, or different governance models, different election technology models employed. So these comparisons prove that they are context dependent, scientifically justified. So the best solution is modular cluster adaptive ITPs. So concluding remarks, the key findings that our team has found out is that population scale defines the feasibility, security and scale of size actually increases with the size, the security issues increase. Modular design is essential based on the governance style and the type of GDP, type of population, type of academic level of the population. So you don't have any universal system, but adaptable framework. The recommendations is adopt cluster-based design with some modular platforms, strengthen the cyber security because that is the most important, develop the global standards, and move from uniformity to adaptability so that we don't go for one method for all the countries. So election technology must not be universally advanced, but it must be contextually intelligent. Best solution is modular cluster adaptive platforms. So these are the references, and to close off, we can have this appropriately advanced to the scale based on that. If anybody is interested, can see the questionnaire thing. We have a cluster based questionnaire which we have proposed. I don't know whether the EMBs will agree to that or not. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful presentation. Now we are moving to our last presentation of this session. I would like to call Mr. Ajay. He's an alumnus of University of Delhi and Banaras Hindu University. He brings a unique blend of industry, teaching and research experience to his professional journey. He began his career as a software developer at New Gen Software Technology before moving into academia. He has served as assistant professor in computer science at leading institutions like DU and Central University of Himachal Pradesh. His research interests include blockchain technology, unmanned aerial vehicles, and artificial intelligence, particularly in the context of election. He is currently serving as assistant professor cum head for the School of Technology in Election at India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management under the Election Commission of India. So I would like to call Mr. Ajay to present his slide.
So thank you, Kamleshwar, and I would like to thanks Professor Majumdar and Dr. Mukherjee for their wonderful insights. Actually, initially I was looking for the reviews, literature reviews and questionnaire. So I didn't found the clusters, why they opted 3 clusters and what is the boundary size. He has taken 10 million, 100 millions. But now I could found out the actual regions. So thank you so much. And Professor Mukherjee also highlighted the election technologies and in different in country-wise and the phases of elections. That's a wonderful study, sir. Thank you so much. So I am going to present the global theme. Actually, through international idea, model standards and BP have given to the states, and we are working on the global standards. That is global theme. That is theme 2.1, AI and elections in global perspectives, governing AI for elections. So this presentation basically divided into 4 parts. First, the scope of work. It's not working. Okay. Nice. So this presentation is divided into 4 parts. First, the scope of work. Second, the details of key activities. Third, the output of these activities and the timelines. And finally, the joint implementation plan with the international idea. So, this is the part 1, that is the scope of work. This thematic priorities focuses on strengthening the governance of AI in elections, and AI presents a dual reality. On one hand, it enhances the efficiency, inclusion and transparency. On the other, it includes new risks to electoral integrity and the public trust. As AI becomes integral to electoral processes, from voter services to logistic to data management, it also brings challenges such as misinformation, disinformation, data security concerns, limited transparency in decision making, and increasing dependency on the technology. So through this initiative, EMBs will build the capacity to responsibly adopt and govern AI. This includes developing ethical frameworks, establishing institutional safeguard, and fostering global cooperation and peer learning. Ultimately, the goal is to ensure that use of AI strengthen rather than undermine electoral integrity, inclusiveness, and public confidence in democratic processes. So this is the part 2, that is the details of activity. We are working with the international idea. That is activity 2.1. We have divided our global theme, that is the scope of work, in 3 parts. That is, the first is global launch and mapping. In global launch and mapping, this initiative begins with the global launch and mapping exercise, which I have given to the state also as a model standard and BP. So this anchored as India AI Impact Summit 2026, a major international platform shaping discussions on responsible and inclusive AI governance. Leveraging this global stage, the thematic stream will highlight the perspective of EMBs, ensuring that the elections and democracy are part of emerging global governance and conversations. At the same time, a comparative or comprehensive global mapping will be undertaken to document current practice and identify gaps and capture innovations in the use and regulation of AI by EMBs. So these insights will culminate in a flagship report. This is the output of this 2.1.1 is a flagship report that will be developed by the International IDEA and the IIIDEM. So flagship report that provide a comparative and practice oriented resource to guide EMBs worldwide. So this is the outcome of 2.1.1. And in activity 2.1.2, that is the regional dialogues on AI and electoral integrity. In yesterday talk, I also talked about the stakeholder. What is the role of a stakeholder? So we have organized 3 regional dialogues. So building on this, after getting the outcomes of 2.1.1 as a flagship report. So after getting the flagship report, we are organizing the 3 regional dialogues. So building on flagship report, this initiative will convene 3 regional dialogues on AI and electoral integrity. These dialogues will provide a platform to share key findings, exchange experiences, and promote peer learning among EMBs. So they will also focus on developing practical recommendation to ensure the ethical, transparent, and resilient use of AI in electoral processes. And this is the third point. This is 2.1.3. So in this activity, we will develop like capacity development and policy guidance. So a TOT program will be delivered at IIIDEM to strengthen the capacity of EMBs in the implementation and management of AI in elections. In parallel, policy brief will be developed to provide practical guidance on governing AI, supporting safe, ethical, and institutionally robust adoption. So a policy brief is the outcome of 2.1.3, and policy brief also come from the that is 2.1.2, that is the regional dialogues. So we can get that data, that is in terms of policy brief, and using this policy brief we developed a TOT program for the EMBs. So this is the third part, that is the outcomes, output of the activities with timelines. In 2.1.1, that is the global launch and mapping. So the key output of this activity will be flagship report related to AI and election opportunities, risk, and governance framework. So this timeline is March to October 2026. This is the part of knowledge production. And in second part, will provide a global perspective of emerging practices, key risks, and policy approach, offering practical guidance to EMBs for responsible and effective AI governance. The other output of this activity will develop a global advocacy brief and communication package on AI governance for elections, and this timeline will be September-October 2026. This is also the part of publication, the 2 publications, global advocacy brief and the communication package. And in 2.1.2, under this activity, the regional dialogues on AI and electoral integrity, 3 consultation will be convened across key regions like in India for Asia Pacific region, and South Africa and Latin America, that is the Dominican Republic. It will be held in July 2026 after the release of flagship report, that is the first draft of flagship report, and then in India and then in South Africa. And finally, the key outcome will be recommendation notes and the set of communication outputs on the ethical use of AI in elections, and that timeline is Q2 2027. This is also a publication, and all will the publication on the basis of these 3 regional dialogues. And the third outcomes, that is the capacity development. Under the capacity development and policy guidance component, a dedicated TOT package with related to the building AI within the EMBs, and will be developed in timeline January to March. This is completely a capacity development packages that will outcomes of this 2.1.3. And at last, the policy brief. The key outcome will include the policy brief to guide responsible, context specific adoption and timeline. Just sir said one size cannot fit for all. So policy brief will be developed to the with respect to the all EMBs with respect to the EMB size and everything. So this is the last part, that is the joint implementation part. We are working on that. So in for achieving 2.1.1 objective, this is step 1 under India's chairship as part of the global launch and mapping activities. International IDEA will develop a flagship report to support EMBs in navigating the use of AI in election. In step 2, it will focus on real institutional practices, examining how EMBs are already deploying AI, the governance model and safeguard that are emerging, and how institutions are addressing external risks such as synthetic media and disinformation. In step 3, as a distinct contribution under India chairship, the flagship report will provide valuable insight to the global community through comparative evidence and in-depth use case analysis. It will also document how EMBs are applying AI across the electoral cycle, highlighting emerging innovations as well as the key operational gaps. In step 4, the report will examine the relevant regulatory and governance framework shaping the use of AI in elections. This includes internal institutional systems such as procurement processes, data governance, cyber security, staff training, and oversight mechanism. It will also assess external regulatory regimes including electoral laws, data protection framework, administrative laws, platform regulation, and emerging AI specific rules. In step 5, the report will also establish global guiding principle for the responsible use of AI in electoral management, with an emphasis on institutional independence, human oversight, and resilience. In step 6, it will further outline practical safeguards such as transparency, auditability standards, risk assessment frameworks, vendor accountability, data protection measures, and incident response protocol. Actually, this report will be taken care extensively. So all the things will be covered through the international IDEA and the IIIDEM. In step 7, in addition, international IDEA will develop a global advocacy brief that distills the key theme of the flagship report into clear and actionable recommendation. So these themes will include governance framework, institutional safeguard, external AI related risks, and many more things. In step 8 and 9, the communication package, that is the communication material, will be developed separately from the flagship report as part of the broader communication packages. This will include policy brief on key themes, presentation materials for events, infographics, visuals, web and social media content, and a practitioner focused dissemination pack with tools, checklist, and template for EMBs. So this communication package will be for all EMBs with the different formats. So that will be editable and it will be in a package form. So in this, in step 10, the IIIDEM with support of international IDEA has already taken important steps in this direction by organizing an international symposium on AI and elections and initiating the global center. This is the important part, that is the global center for AI and election. This is the initiative of our DG sir, and this center will support the global mapping, policy research, capacity development program, TOT programs, and this will be continued with the chairship period. And apart from this, an international IDEA will provide a strategic and substantive support to help shape and establishment of the global center for AI and elections. So this is the nice initiative by our DG sir. And in this is the 2.1.2 implementation steps. In step 1, after the publication of the flagship report and global advocacy brief, 3 regional dialogues on ethical AI use in election will be convened. These dialogues will bring together selected EMBs and key partners to extend practical experience and advance shared principles, standards, safeguard for the responsible use of AI in electoral processes. And in second step, this discussion will focus on concrete use cases, institutional readiness, and governance aspect such as procurement, data governance, cyber security, oversight, and staff capacity. So all these things will be covered through the regional dialogues, and the global convening will provide a structures platform for peer exchange among EMBs. So in step 4, the convening will generate actionable outcomes, including draft guiding principles and standards, as well as the concise compendium of good practices, implementation consideration, In step 5, IIIDEM will play a key role in contributing regional dialogues initiatives through co-design, co-coordinations and engagement of all the modalities. So this is the last part, that is the 2.1.3. This is the steps for 2.1.3. The international idea will deliver a TOT program at IIIDEM, focus on the implementation and management of AI for EMBs. And in step 2, the building on its role as a global capacity building institution, IIIDEM will leverage its training platform and international networks to strengthen the institutional capacities. In step 3, this program will be delivered in early 2027. And this is the important part, that is the policy brief governing AI for elections mechanism for EMBs. So in step 1, the international idea will develop a policy brief drawing on the deliberation from the regional dialogues. Actually, this policy briefs comes as the outcomes of the regional dialogues. And its primary focus will be on importance of safe and responsible institutional adoption of AI in electoral context, particularly in relation to the electoral integrity, data governance, accountability and public trust. In step 3, in terms of scope, the policy brief will focus on a select set of priorities issues emerging from the regional dialogues, including risk management, oversight and public communication. In step 4, the primary audience for this policy brief will include policymaker, legislature, electoral stakeholder, donor partners and relevant regional and international organizations. So at the same time, it will serve as a valuable resource for EMB leadership, providing a concise and strategic reference to support informed decision making. So finally, at last, we invite you to be the part of this global initiative, global theme. Please connect with us and share your ideas to help shape and future of AI in elections. So thank you very much for your time and patience listening.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful presentation. Now, with this, we move to our QA session. So, I request the participants keep their question brief and indicate the speakers to whom they want to ask the questions.
Hello, thank you all for throwing interesting light on these tough subjects, because AI being the highest disruption, but even technology is changing, and this makes this subject quite complicated. So thanks all the speakers and panelists. I have one major question that faces us if we increase the use of technology as part of the core polling process. One key question that arises, in fact, we were attending a meeting with Election Commission of India, and one question popped up as to why India has not experimented with e-voting. And one of the challenges that figured in that list was how do we ensure that the company that owns the server is trustworthy? That is, I think, the biggest challenge in adoption of technology in core elections. Source code review, Professor Preetham talked about source code review. That is part of the solution, but it cannot be the complete solution, because even after source code review, there can be several things that can be tampered with. For example, if we just swap out one object file, one DLL, you can compromise the whole server. So the company who manages the server, who administrates the server, how can that be trusted? That's a central question that we must discuss further. If you could throw some light on that.
So you want any speaker, like who?
Preetham only, Dr. Preetham.
Yes, sir. Interesting question. As we have seen historically, that these open source platforms are more trusted than the proprietary platforms, and you can add the patches because it is transparent, because the source is open source. So one picture which I have shown, they also, one idea document, they also mentioned how many EMBs are using open source platforms. So that was one of the key thing, because the source can be like checked and thoroughly checked. So as you told, it's right, because I also discussed about one of the supply chain attacks, because maybe it's open source, but the actual code which we have written or which we have developed, that is okay. But maybe we are using some libraries, as you told, that DLL or something, some other libraries. Those libraries may have corruption, because nowadays those things are also coming. And even with the advent of AI, no source code is also like, we cannot say that very secure, because this cloud, your mythos, which this platform which came out, which actually I think US government banned it from opening it. So this kind of platform today or tomorrow will be coming out, and they are saying that they already have found out that OpenBSD, which is there for 30-40 years, some zero-day attacks. So for the election, one zero-day attack may pose a lot of risk. So those things also, yes, you are absolutely right. Those things also we need to take care of.
Yes. Alberto sir is there, right? Hi Alberto sir, Bharti this side. So sir, as we know that people are the core of any election, and people or the citizen are, they are the first to succumb to misinformation, disinformation. So I just want to know what our EMB is doing, and what are the new ways in which they are tackling the misinformation, disinformation in election. Yes.
Thank you for the question. This is a very tricky issue. The first thing is the mandate. Electoral authorities mandate change country by country. There are some electoral authorities, like the case of Brazil, where they do have a mandate in which they can intervene in the information environment. Others, like for instance, many European countries, they don't. They just are a body in charge of the logistical part of organizing elections. Having said that, I think there is also another reflection we need to do when it comes to disinformation and misinformation, and is that we tend to think of this as a problem of content. Somebody says something on the internet that is not true or that is false, and we get that pulsion to correct or to fact check that. I would say that's a mistake. The problem is not the content, as outrageous, as false that it might be. The problem is the illicit behavior of actors, foreign and domestic, to influence the information environment. So think about a forest. A forest is our information environment, and people should have the right to go to the forest and walk in the forest and breathe there in the forest. And that's how we decide our vote. We go to the information environment, we decide our vote based on the information available. What some actors are doing, they are contaminating, they're polluting that forest, they are making it, they're poisoning it, they are closing parts of that forest, they are forcing people to be on other parts of that forest. So what they are doing is that they are manipulating the information environment. That's the problem. That's what we need to fight. And that is not about content. That's about the infrastructure for influence that is created. And that's where the most successful cases of fighting foreign interference and domestic manipulation is coming. I want to give you the example of Moldova, a very small country where the Russian Federation has, and this is demonstrated, has been trying to steer and influence the vote of people illicitly with all available means, as you know, colonial powers tend to do. And the country and the electoral authority has been very focused on disrupting those networks of influence. So addressing who is paying for this, addressing the cyber assets that they are using to do this, rather than focusing on the content. Because the content is always, it's a very delicate line for democracies. It is legal to lie. It's not ethical, but it's legal to lie. I can say that today is a Saturday, and that's not illegal, even though if it's false. But what I cannot do is to hack on everybody's phone and then change the date to a Saturday. That would be illegal. So that's what we need to focus on. The countries that are moving in that direction are the countries that are being more successful, and I will recommend that as far as the mandate of electoral authorities allow for it, that should be the focus of electoral authorities.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you,
Thanks a lot.
Mr. Alberto.
So I want to add one more point in this. So misinformation, disinformation is not a problem of nowadays. It's a long problem. It's a historical problem. Let's suppose we all have read in history in like school level or college level. So you can see that history was written who were in power. That history will be written on that perspective. So you can see the information which are suitable for me, it may be their perspective someone have like it is a misinformation or disinformation. So it's a long debate it's going on, and we through the AI we can work on some extent, but not we can get the final outcomes. So we are working on that, and AI can regulate on, still there will be a biasness in AI systems. So we can do up to some extent.
Thank you, Ajit sir. Do we have
Thank you,
any?
sir.
Yes.
Do we have any another question?
I have a question. It's not specific to any one speaker. Anyone can answer this. So I'll be asking about the cyber protection. As the early question which was asked by Mr. Hardeep, it was more on the administrative side of controlling. But I will ask about the cyber security, whereby with the advent of technology and AI, still only very few countries have given any laws upon cyber protection. Even India, we are facing the lack of this law. So when you are proposing any technology which is not just independent in nature, but the data will transfer from one device to another, we need a cyber protection. So how will you propose that apart from the administrative safeguards?
So, who will take this question?
Law of cyber law in India, DPDP. It's right in 2021, I think. It's already on. AI is yet to come, but on perspective of cyber security and cyber related law, it's already governing on this phase. And if anyone want to add, can add it.
Maybe I can add one point. I mean, as you told, this is one of the like current issues which government also identified. From ministry also, they have given like an open call for proposal also on this thing, for this law regulation thing and the technology, how to bring them together. So proposing something on this, making center of excellence on that, and such that legal team and the technology team can work together. So India government is taking that step ahead. Maybe other countries are also coming out, because like in many other developed countries like US, European Union, they already have some things in place. But India is coming up like as Sir said, DPDP Act is coming out. Maybe regulations will also come soon. This sharing of the information, storage of the information, as Sir was also asking, the cloud storage, who will be owning the cloud, how that sharing will be like trusted. So those things, law, regulation, everything should be in place. Framework. Thank you.
So, Mr. Alberto, you just so if Mr. Alberto, you or Professor Majumdar, you want to add anything in this, or we move to next question. So next question, yeah.
So sir, this question is to the Professor Majumdar. So you were talking about the cluster based approach and telling that we need the cluster C if we have to approach the things because of the hybrid level. And you told also that the UPI is kind of very much pervasive in nature. Everybody is using the UPI. So the trust level comes in the UPI on the basis of the device level, because everyone has the device which they can hear that the payments has been received and whatever. And they also mask that address of that, and NPCI works as a firewall. for that. So can't we do the IoT kind of system for this particular election in the countries like India, where the perception, at the perception level, we have some sensors or actuators which are actually in their homes or any nearby areas, which they can use easily rather than going to cast the vote in the nearby polling stations, because that is costing huge amount for the Indian means democratic system. So don't you think that IoT can be the better option rather than going for the hybrid only?
Thank you, sir, for the question. But the problem is that even with Aadhaar, many of you might be knowing is that though there are a lot of businessmen who are employing the workers, and they have distributed kind of say the worker is being paid 20,000, but officially they are using their accounts to give them 50,000, which is used for the company account only. So they are using 20,000 rest of the money, and they have parallel say small mobiles with OTP, and they are handling multiple accounts. So in already in business, to just evade the tax, there are many businessmen who are employing say poor workers. They said okay, you'll be getting 20,000, but officially they are paying them 50,000, and that 30,000 that they are doing, they are evading their tax. So that is already happening. So even with IoT, it may be like in voting, if the political parties go to the different people, take up their mobiles, use their OTP and pay. So unless we come out with a full plan so that there is no people around them, and that because here same with the OTP is the one which we are using for transferring money. So the same will be used for say transferring our votes. But if the same thing happens, the mobiles are connected, one party collects all the mobiles, does the voting from different areas, which say even if you give the location, I had suggested one to our CEO office for the door-to-door voting for the physically handicapped ones. With GPS based we could do that, but we cannot take their vote means online because of this kind of issues. Still we have to have some cyber security things so that this doesn't happen. So unless we have OTP is there, fine, but we should have the biometric also connected. If the biometric like the fingerprint of that particular person is not connected, because OTP is only with the device oriented. So if we do like Aadhaar, means the biometric is also used along with the OTP. That means that person is voting, not, but that also, you know, our country is a very big country. Again, we have to have observers and micro observers looking into that when they are putting their biometric, though it is internet based voting. So those issues are still there. So because of our scale of country, so that is one of the issues. IoT based thing we can do, but again we have to keep observer and micro observers, otherwise the trust issues will come.
So it is not like, sir, only on the mobile we are doing that. We can provide the devices from the government side, like EVM is a device which we are doing on a polling stations.
Yes.
And it cannot be tampered. So the device like Paytm has done the device, all those.
The EVM can be directly connected. Presently we are not connecting the EVM because there are a lot of issues that EVM can be hacked kind of thing.
No, in the IoT system we can provide the device at the
the same hacking thing will come there.
I think budget will be the major issues. if election commission is providing a device to everyone, that's a huge cost.
Center wise, even if they provide, then also it's a huge cost. If the polling booth wise they provide, but again the hacking thing will come into picture. Once we are connected, means somebody else also can eavesdrop. So that is the main issue that these digital device face, and that relates to our trust.
At inception we can do in this way. We all know during the COVID time there will be a proctored exam for the school and colleges. So in the same way we are adopting like e-voting. So it may be possible we can start through like for a center where they can go for like e-voting. So they can every voters can go there and through the proctor or at their home also they can use the proctored system and they can vote, because you know, in proctor exam there are lots of things where we can judge either you are convinced by some other factors or there will be some issues. So there will be one solution from my side. It can be a proctored system at your home or whatever.
Yes, sir. The proctor system is one, but like proctor system also we had some issues. Like I was giving an exam for NVIDIA, but what happened is that my sun was moving around.
Sir, sorry
That
to
was-
interrupt
so that was
you. Like now we will close our QA session, and thank you our distinguished speakers, colleagues, and participants. As we come to the close of this session of election technology, I would like to sincerely thank all of our speakers and participants for their valuable insights and active engagement. Today's discussion highlighted that technology can significantly improve the efficiency, accuracy, transparency, scalability, and responsiveness of electoral process. We heard about the growing use of digital voter registration system, voter verification tools, electronic voting technology, result transmission system, GIS-based planning, cloud-based platform, and cyber security mechanism in election management. At the same time, the session also reminds us that technology introduces important challenges, including cybersecurity risk, software vulnerability, trust deficit, misinformation, deepfakes, privacy concern, operational complexity, and infrastructure dependency. We also reflect on the risk associated with generative AI, phishing attempts, malware, and the need to ensure that AI systems remain transparent, accountable, and subject to human oversight. One of the important messages emerging from today's session is that election technology should not be adopted simply because it is available. It must be appropriate to the country's population size, infrastructure, legal framework, cyber risk exposure, and public trust model. We heard that there is no one size fits all approach, and that election technology must be context specific and adaptable. We also discuss the importance of verification, auditability, and security testing, acceptance testing, performance testing, and VVPAT, cryptographic verification, and transparent result transmission systems all play an important role in strengthening trust in election technology. Today's session also highlights the important work being undertaken jointly by IIIDEM and International IDEA under India's Chairship of International IDEA 2026. We heard about plans for a flagship report on AI in election, regional dialogue on ethical AI use in election, training of trainers program, policy brief, and the proposed global center for AI and election. This initiative will support global mapping, policy research, capacity building, and the development of safeguards and guiding principles for the responsible AI adoption in electoral management. A key message emerging from today's session is that election technology must not only be innovative but also secure, transparent, verifiable, accountable, inclusive, and resilient. I would especially like to thank Mr. Alberto from International IDEA for his presentation on AI and election, for highlighting both the opportunities and risks associated with the growing use of AI in electoral process. Then I would also like to thank Dr. Pritam Mukherjee for his insightful presentation on election technology and for the emphasizing the importance of secure, scalable, auditable, and verifiable election system. Our sincere thanks also go to Professor Swanirbar Majumdar for his important presentation on integrated technology platform and for demonstrating why election technology must be adapted to different country contexts, population scale, and governance structure. Finally, I would like to thank Mr. Ajay Kumar for presenting the IIIDEM International IDEA Cooperation Framework on AI in election, for highlighting India's contribution toward global dialogue, capacity building, and responsible AI governance in electoral process. I once again thank all our speakers, participants, organizers, and technical team for making this session both meaningful and successful. With this, thank you and have a very good day.
Hello, a very good afternoon to all. Welcome to the session 8 of our symposium. My name is Shivam and I will be coordinating the session. Distinguished delegates, esteemed experts and fellow practitioners of democracy. It is a profound honor to welcome you to the International Symposium on Democratic Electoral Campaigns, Media Integrity and Regulatory Safeguards. As India assumes the chair of International IDEA for 2026, we gather under the guiding philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the belief that the world is one family. This ethos drives our collective mission today to foster a democracy that is inclusive, peaceful, resilient, and sustainable. We are honored to have our domain expert, Mr. Kapil Sharma, with us. Kapil Sharma is a senior electoral management professional and domain expert on election-related issues with the Election Commission of India. Earlier, he had served as State Sweep Nodal Officer, State Media Nodal Officer in the Office of Chief Electoral Officer, Bihar. He joined Election Services in 2013 and has extensive experience in electoral planning, voter awareness strategies, sweep, media management, accessibility initiatives, and capacity building. Kapil Sharma has received the State Best Electoral Practice Award during the Bihar Assembly Election 2020 for developing effective voter awareness strategies during COVID-19 pandemics. His team has also won National Award for countering misinformation and media management during Bihar Legislative Assembly Election 2025. He holds a master degree in international election management from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. He also holds a master degree in journalism and mass communication from Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi. He has qualified the UGC NET also. So without any further delay, I would like to invite Mr. Kapil Sharma, our domain expert, to the stage for the welcome and the context setting.
Thank you, Shivam. So this is the session 8 for this symposium which we are conducting in IIIDEM. So I like to start with this field experience. That imagine a first-time voter in a remote village receiving election information on their mobile phone, watching campaign messages on social media, and then walking to a polling booth set up near to his village. That single act represents not just participation but the strength of a democratic system that connects every citizen, regardless of geography, to the political process of this country or any country across the globe. It is an honor to stand before you today to speak on one of the most essential pillars of democracy, the electoral campaign. Elections are not merely events held at regular intervals. They are the mechanism through which people's voices are heard and government gain legitimacy. So in this session, we are going to discuss these most important components of election process, like democratic electoral campaign, election media and voter education, model code of conduct, tackling misinformation in elections, regulating media campaigns, and maintaining law and order. We have eminent speakers from various EMBs as well as prominent institutes. We have Mr. Drazenko Pandek, legal expert and public administrator from Croatian electoral and legislative systems. We have another speaker from Tamil Nadu, state thematic expert, Dr. N. Johnson, Alagappa University. State thematic expert, senior professor Ripunjay Singh. State thematic expert, Mr. Sisir Tiwari, Northeastern Hills University, Shillong. State thematic expert, Dr. R. Sevukan, Pondicherry Central University. State thematic expert, Dr. Archana Kumari, JNU Delhi. And state thematic expert, Professor Sitit Avasthi, IIM Lucknow. I hope our eminent speakers will pave the way to give us insightful session, and this will strengthen the democratic understanding of electoral process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kapil sir. Moving into symposium, now I would like to mention Drazenko Pandek. He is the member of State Electoral Commission of Republic of Croatia. Rajanko Pandey is an accomplished legal professional and public administrator with significant experience in Croatia's electoral and legislative systems. He currently serves as a member of State Electoral Commission of the Republic of Croatia, where he is responsible for supervising and ensuring the effective conduct of national electoral processes. He has also worked as head of department for legal and financial affairs in the city office for economy, environmental sustainability, and strategic planning in Zagreb, contributing to policy implementations and administrative governance. Previously, he is a member of Croatian Parliament, where he actively participated in key committees such as the Legislative Committee, Committee on Judiciary, Committee on Finance and State Budget, and the Committee for Regional Development of EU funds. He holds a law degree from the Faculty of Law in Zagreb, and he has qualified bar exam reflecting his strong legal expertise and commitment to the public services. Over to you, Rajanko Pandey, please. Sorry, sir, we cannot hear you. Are you on mute, sir?
Hello, Zanko sir, we are not able to hear you. Could you please check your mic? Sir, we cannot hear you.
Are you there, sir?
Sir, we'll come back to you. Maybe there's something to look at from a audio perspective in your setup.
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. Moving on to next speaker, we have Dr. Johnson from Tamil Nadu with us. He will be joining online. Dr. N. Johnson serves as the head of Department of Journalism and Mass Communication at Algappa University, Karikaju, with 19 years of teaching experience. He has guided 6 PhD scholars, 13 MPhil scholars, and over 50 postgraduate students. He holds key academics and administrative roles, including Deputy Coordinator of SWAYAM and Swachh Bharat, and is associated with the RUSA, NIRF, and IQAC. He has completed multiple research projects funded by ICSSR, RUSA, and international collaborations, including one with the University of Greenwich, UK. Dr. Johnson has authored 17 books and published extensively in national and international journals. He has received several prestigious awards, including the Global Goodwill Ambassador Award, Rashtriya Shiksha Gaurav Puraskar, and Best NSS Program Office Award 2025. He is actively involved in the academic leadership, extensive activities, and mentoring international students with a strong focus on education and research excellence. Over to you, sir.
You have shared all the links with them. Sir, just give us one moment. Sir, could you please try saying something?
Oh, can you hear them?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. Hello. Can I proceed, sir?
Hello, sir. So there is, I think, internet issues. We cannot hear you properly. can you please reconnect or just check your internet connection, sir? This over here, yes, sir. Sure, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience, guys. We will move with the experts who are present with us over here in this hall, and I would like to call Mr. Dr. Ripunjay. He is a distinguished academician and administrator with extensive experience in urban development, disaster management, and environmental studies. He has served as honorary member of the Rajasthan Staff Selection Board and as a senior professor of urban development at the Harish Chand Mathur Rajasthan State Institute of Public Administrations, Jaipur, where he has also headed the Center for Disaster Management. With over 2 decades of professional experience across government departments and academia, Dr. Singh specializes in geography, urban and regional planning, remote sensing, and ecology. He has published over 50 research papers, authored more than 20 books, and supervised multiple research projects on sustainability and environment. A widely traveled scholar, he has contributed to international training and conferences. He is also a recipient of Government of Rajasthan State Award for his work on disaster management. Please, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Dias and my fellow colleagues. The presentation which we are giving, which I'll be dealing with, is election media and voter education. The main points which we'll be discussing over here, gist of the presentation, I'll be sharing it with you. Why this theme matters to us, global context and emerging trends, what is there, overview of thematic works, it will be dealt with study approach and objectives, conceptual framework, data collection and research questions which will be dealt with Rajasthan, because this topic has been given to Rajasthan, so the team at Jaipur is dealing with this. And with this, the findings will be on institutional practices, key lessons learned from this, and what studies will give to us globally as a model to the society. Why this theme matters to us? Because voters are prerequisite for meaningful democratic participation, not a byproduct of it. Citizens who understand how to register, where to vote, and what the ballot means, particularly more confidently and great legitimacy. The institutional mechanism of EMBs, governed media, voter education remain poorly documented, so it need to be done a rel compared across the countries. So it's a vast topic, many things are to be covered, so we are dealing with it. So here comes why we need this. The need is because the digital shift of electronic process which has taken place, emerging technologies are transforming how elections are managed and communicated. Ballots to EVM, online to e-voting, etc. Misinformation threats which are there. For misinformation, as I said, disinformation and malinformation change voters' trust, so that need to be done, and it is to be done mandatory with the threats which are taking place over here. inclusivity barriers which are there for basically the rural population, disabled person, language barriers which are there, minorities and other things who are unable to go with the mainstream of the system. Evolution and accountability gaps which are over there, as only 30% of the facts are with the election management bodies which are over there, and very little bit of transparency exists in this. So this plays a very important role as far as the why we need this study approach and objectives. When you come to this, the comparative analysis approach which is over there, because we have tried to have the data of 40 electoral countries which are there, management bodies across the globe, and simultaneously utilizes structured questionnaires and documents. Reviews and data collection will be done by these 40 countries. The main three objectives which deals with our study will be documentation of work based on voters education regarding media, etc. Compares the voter education evaluation reports and provisions which we have, and the benchmarks which will be there for voter education and learning the international assistance which will be having. The list of countries for sample studies which we have taken, the global sample coverage which is there is basically on all the continents which are over there, Asia, Europe, America and Oceanian countries, and which are over there, and both the North and South America, and we have tried to figure out sample out of that. Key national representatives जो हैं which are there in this are India, United Kingdom, South Africa, US, Australia, Indonesia, Germany, Kenya, Canada and New Zealand. The regional diversities which are over there are developed and undeveloping nations which are over there, covering varied electrolysis system which is over there, and media landscapes which are over there. Inclusivity of analysis is over there, and the countries selected reflect legitimacy, culture and institutional diversity, so that makes a benchmark for our system. The concept framework, that is the three theoretical lenses which we have, the things which we have done is Norris 2014 study, the regular institutionalization of March and Olson's of 89, and the right to information, UNESCO International and IDEA studies which they have done for voter education and other things, right to information and practices. The 5 analytical dimensions which are over there are basically on legal mandate, media platform, inclusivity, partnership and monitoring of evaluation. So these all will have laws, mandatory platform, contents, languages, media, innovations, etc. as part of this system. So the data collection instruments which will be dealing with this over here is design philosophy, that closed-ended item for every dimensions, and target open-ended items which are there for rich quality content for best practices which we have. Then 25% questions section will be there, and 25 minutes self-administrator system will be there. Distributed and collected by these questions, and they will be distributed to all the countries by IIIDEM with 3 weeks window open to them. So the 5S structured question sections that I said will be legal and regulatory, institutional policy, media platform, partnership and monitoring and evaluation. The research questions which will be there, they are basically what regulations and institutional provisions govern the use of media for voter education by EMBs, and how do these provisions vary across the sample electoral systems. So this will be based on basically four things: regulatory mandatory use media, that will be having legally mandatory functions of EMBs, and analyzing how mandatory differs across various legal political contexts. And institutional media strategies will be there, and that will be having the platform contents, formats, audience targeting approach by EMBs, and explore how these strategies are reflected in policies and practices. Partnerships for voter educations will be like civil societies, digital platforms, broadcastings, and we'll highlight these co-products and deliver mechanisms for voter educations. Monitoring and evaluation practices will involve monitoring and evaluation by the media, voters, education activities, and how findings are used to improve the future programming systems which are already existing in this. So the sample 5 countries which we have considered for this particular program is basically on countries like Canada, India, Kazakhstan, France, and Mexico, seeing to the vivid part of the world, and they will be basically on the EMBs, legal regulatory frameworks of media, what type of media is working over there, role of EMBs in media regulations, and media based voter education provisions and institutional mechanisms which are over there. So as the chart shows, like what all things is happening in these countries. So simultaneously all the 40 countries which we have selected will be the sheets will be prepared, and it will be formulated on these 5 themes, and they will be given where the TV is important, where the society is important, where the public domain is important, and what all things are taking place. That in say for example in India also we have media certification and monitoring committees. For district we have the district committee, and state we have state committee. So like simultaneously all these things will be done for the key lessons and insights for this is basically what we have come out with this is the degree of regulations, that is basically high regulations, India, Mexico, France, and they have this high regulations. Moderates are for South Africa and Canada. Lower direct facilitation is for Australia, and centralized state control is for Kazakhstan. So the approach for voter education via media is institutional lead campaign in India and Mexico and South Africa, collaborative models for Canada and Australia, state electoral messaging by Kazakhstan. Heading of misformation is for advanced mechanism, like it is in Mexico what we have come, and in India monitoring committees, and emerging frameworks for Canada and Australia, regulatory registration approach, and we found that the France has got a very different type of approach, that is blackout period. So everything is closed 24 hours before the election is taking place. So regularly mandate times and registration and campaigning takes before that. Institutional arrangements which are there is dedicated media monitoring bodies, that is in India, independent media regulators, that is in France and South Africa, and EMB led direct communication, that is in Kazakhstan and Mexico. So what study will produce a global standard model, which it is over there, is like we have divided it into mainly three parts of it. So that is comparative analysis report, the best practices systems which are there, and second comparison metrics which is there. So the metrics will be there for all, and the things will be dealt statistically, and they will be framed and given by samples which are taking place, and on the basis of that. So that ends my session over here. Thank you very much for patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Though you were not perfectly fine, but still your presentation was good enough for us, sir. It was really insightful. Moving into the symposium, I would like to call Rajanko Pandey to present his presentation with us. Rajanko Pandey, can you hear me?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear.
Dr. Johnson. Now is fine, sir, from my side.
Sir, Dr. Johnson, can you just please wait, sir? We have.
Okay, sir. Okay, fine.
Yes, sir. We will be coordinating with you after this presentation, sir. Right now we have Rajanko Pandey with us from the Republic of Croatia. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. I am able to hear you. Now the problem is resolved from there. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Sir, we are not able to hear you. Is it on mute, sir? Can you please check at your end, sir? Rajanko, sir? We can see your presentation, we can see you as well, but we cannot hear you, sir. If your presentation is on mute mode, can you please unmute it so that we can also hear you, sir? The IT team shall. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Rajanko Pandey, we will get back to you. Meanwhile, we will be proceeding into symposium, and I'll ask Dr. Johnson to please unmute himself and be here for our presentations. Can you hear me, sir? Welcome to the. Yes, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Perfectly fine, sir.
Yes.
Shall I start the session? A very good afternoon to all the delegates present over in this online platform. I am Dr. Johnson from the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Avalappa University, Karaikudi. I am very much happy to participate in this international symposium, and thanks to, on behalf of Tamil Nadu, we are able to present the democratic electoral campaign, and let us see the bird's eye view of how this has taken place over in different forms, and we are going to see over, before going on to this topic, what is an electoral campaign, and organize an outreach and engagement activities by political actors, primary interface between democracy and citizen. The main purpose of the electoral campaign is to inform the voters the present choices seek electoral support. Why electoral campaign matters much? The main three important paradigm is that to enable, next is to ensure, and third parameter is to shape. In enable process, the freedom of expression, political association and open competition are enabled, and in ensure, we inform voter choice through structured political communication, and in shape, we trust the public trust, voters participation and legitimacy of electoral outcome. Now let us have the glimpse of the relevance of the theme with respect to the global context. The first is the rapid digital transformation The electoral campaign now operate primarily through digital and AI-driven media ecosystem, outpacing the existing regulatory framework. And the new governance challenges, the digital tools create the fresh risk around the transparency, fairness, and accountability. The third is the need for global standards. A comparative practitioner-led approach is required to develop the minimum democratic guarantee adaptable across diverse country context. And India's Chairship initiative. Here, the ECI and IIIDEM under India's 2026 International IDA are developing the model electoral standards focused on operational benchmark and adaptable principles for EMBs globally. Now, regarding the global context and emerging trends, we need to understand the important thing. The first is the emerging trends in election administration. Under this category, the three important things we need to stress upon is that the campaign rules are no longer handled separately. The transparency has become a basic requirement. The stronger election bodies, the higher the rule compliance rates. And monitoring is happening during campaign, not just after. Second is the operational challenges for electoral authorities. Maintaining a level playing field remaining a challenge. Tension persists between the expenditure limits and transparency model. Delay in interagency coordination between EMBs, finance bodies, media regulators. Technological developments impacting the electoral process. Here, the political messaging is primarily online and algorithmically micro-targeted, which needs a structural shift. Technology is both a risk as well as a solution. Enables monitoring but also facilitates misinformation and deepfakes. The third is the evolving expectation of democracy. Citizens, media, and civil society now actively monitor and scrutinize the campaign practices. The overview of the thematic work is that to develop the model electoral standard for democratic electoral campaign under India's 2026 International IDA Chairship, and to create a practical framework for EMBs globally with minimum democratic guarantees, clear operational benchmarks, adaptable principles for different country context. The main scope is that it lies on two important areas: study of existing global framework, development of model standards. Regarding the aspect area, there are 8 aspect areas which have been outlined over. The one is the legal and regulatory framework, existing international electoral standards relevant to the electoral campaign, campaign finance transparency and disclosure, financial reporting and independent audit, equal opportunity for political actors, level playing field in campaign resources, independent and professional EMBs, institutional coordination and capacity building. Regarding the overview of the thematic work, we have taken 50 countries over which are listed below, and we have gone over and adopted a methodological approach of 2-phased plan, 50 countries which is covering over the 8 aspect area which I have mentioned before. The phase 1, individual country analysis, the 50 countries have been identified, the 8 aspects have been concentrated, and the methodology regarding this secondary research, literature review and comparative analysis using the standardized templates have been adopted. Finding the shared with experts practitioners for inputs and refinement is undertaken. Regarding the phase 2, aspect-wise synthesis, that is the cross-country synthesis, the findings from all the 50 countries analyzed aspect to identify the common patterns and contextual differences. Next comes the stakeholders consultations, and next comes the divergent observation. And the last is the final deliverables, which is the model standard benchmarks and best practice guides for global use by EMBs. And the overview of is the Chief Electoral Officer, Government of Tamil Nadu, and Joint Chief Electoral Officer, and all the academicians and the international experts from Peru and Georgia. And regarding the institutional practices and comparative experiences, there are different approaches and innovative practices which has been identified. The first is the campaign finance, in that the strict spending limits are there in India and Brazil. Transparency-based disclosure is shown over in terms of USA, Germany, and Peru. Media access, the equal airtime, that is public broadcasters in terms of balanced access, Germany, Brazil, Peru, and Angola. Code-based regulated access, India. Market-driven paid access, USA. Regarding the EMB structure, the centralized is Brazil and Angola. Decentralized, USA, Germany. Hybrid is India. Legal framework, the constitutional framework is Germany, and code-based regulation, India. Finance focus system, USA. judicial EMB system is Brazil. The mechanism and practices which need to be strengthened during the electoral process. The first is through administrative reforms. Decentralized enforcements are taking place in all the above three countries, India, Peru, Brazil, through technologies, real-time compliant systems. In India, C-Vigil is there, which enables swift reporting and action on campaign violation. Digital finance tracking. Brazil, yes, and Peru, they are taken over, improves the transparencies and tracking of campaign expenditure. And third is that through stakeholder engagement, India, Brazil, and Peru, they are having a multi-agency coordination. And through enforcement innovation, the multi-level enforcement are taking place at national, state, local. Then comes the institutional mechanism based on the findings from benchmarking. The first is the digital monitoring tools, which is the real-time compliance system and finance tracking platform. Second is the phased financial reporting. And third is the independent audit system. And fourth is the artificial intelligence and deepfake regulation. The emerging frameworks such as Brazil, EU now explicitly regulate AI-generated political content in the campaign process. The key lessons and insights. The first is the campaign finance transparency. And second is the financial reporting and independent audit. And third lesson is the equal opportunity for political actors. And the fourth is the level playing field in campaign resources, independent and professional EMBs, institutional coordination and capacity. All countries connect national, regional and local electoral authorities through structured coordination. Specialized roles across institutions improves accountability, and Peru, Brazil and Germany do follow. The training programs for election officials strengthen the professionalism. The way forward, the emerging opportunities for EMPs. The first is the move from rule enforcement to campaign governance. And second is the institutionalized digital campaign oversight. And third is the strengthened interagency coordination framework. And at last, launch a regulatory sandbox for election. The details are shown over on the right hand side. Regarding the training, capacity building and institutional strengthening, the specialized campaign oversight training, that is the target training to the specific function, each officials will perform not generic election administration content. And the four important things are listed below: campaign financial analysis, digital propaganda monitoring, rapid adjudication, proven models. And regarding the peer learning among EMPs, we are going to match by gap, proven practices for transfer, required output and long-term value. And third is the embed feedback loops into election cycle, which is very much important. The first is the Brazil's EGE model and Peru's ONPE, India's post-election expenditure audits and EMP annual reports and requirements are listed in the slides. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the beautiful presentation, sir. We will have the Q&A round towards the end of the presentation so that we have a smooth conduct of this symposium. For the next, I would like to call Dr. Shishir Tiwari from Meghalaya to present his presentation. Shishir Tiwari is an assistant professor at Department of Law, Northeastern Hill University. Prior to joining NEHU, he was a legal consultant at the South Asian Regional Delegation of the International Committee on Red Cross. His area of research interest includes international law, comparative law and international environment law. Currently, he is teaching public international law and information technology law to undergraduate students and international environment law to postgraduate students at NEHU. Sir, if you are online, I will like to ask you to please present the presentation. Dr. Shishir Tiwari.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please also switch on the camera for the benefit of YouTubers.
Hello, sir. Yes, we'll be sharing the presentation, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, and good afternoon, first of all of you. Here.
Can we have the presentation, please?
can I start?
Yes, sir.
Please share the slide from your side if possible.
Yes, sir. The PPT has started, sir. You must be viewing it at your screen.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can start your
Okay.
presentation, sir.
Okay. So good afternoon to everyone. I am making presentation on model code of conduct for election campaigns, and basically I am representing state of Meghalaya for this presentation. So basically what I have done in this presentation, first of all I have just there are 3-4 sections in my presentation. In the first part I will try to point out. Hello. Yeah. So I will try to point out the scope of the model code of conduct for election campaigns, and then I will try to point out the some of the best practices which are prevalent in Indian system, and then I will try to point out some little bit comparative analysis, and then I will just discuss the how digital campaigning is affecting election, and then and at the end of my presentation, I'll just point out some, you can say, some forward, or you can say the issues which should be tackled in the model code of conduct for election. So into the so as you can see on on your screen that. And I think MCC is a set of guidelines issued by the election body, election commission, for the conduct of political party and candidates during elections. And if election are we defining that is, then it is important to understand the election campaigns. Election. If you look at the code of conduct of various countries regarding the election, you can say many countries regulate political campaign, adopt a model code of conduct for election campaign periods to ensure free and fair election. And the question obviously arises here: why it is necessary to regulate election campaign? And there are a number of objectives to point out that thing. So first of all, it is necessary to regulate election campaign to provide a level playing field. Apart from that, it is also necessary to provide equal opportunity. It is also necessary to protect voters' freedom of of choice. So for all these purposes, this MCC is required to regulate election campaign, and particularly the most important thing is that it provides a level playing field. Now coming to the areas of campaign regulation in India particularly, if you look at the MCC in India, how it regulates the campaign process. So if you look at, I have pointed out number of things. So if you look at the MCC during election campaign, it deals with the flag code. It also deals with the campaign finance, and I think point number one, flag. The point is that the state authorities, you can say, they have to ensure that the national flag is used in proper manner. Similarly, if you come to campaign finance, now. That in election campaign, as per the MCC, there is an expenditure limit on that. In the case of parliament election, 95 lakh rupees, 75 lakh rupees in case of small states. In the case of assembly election, 40 lakh rupees for big states and 28 lakh rupees for the smallest states. Now, further coming to if you look at this MCC during election campaign, also deals with the advertisement as well, and then it also deals with the campaign method. It also deals with the law and order situation. It also deals with the use of vehicles as well. It also deals with, so for example, in the case of you can say use of vehicle, how many vehicles can be used during a campaign process. Apart from that, how road shows should be conducted. Similarly, the use of, you can say, the loudspeaker and other you can say instruments which might be used during campaign process. So the MCC in India basically deals with that thing, and it points out that the loudspeaker should not be used between 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Apart from that, it also deals with the how the party flags can be used. Apart from that, it also deals with the temporary campaign office. Apart from that, if you look at the MCC in India, it also deals with the, you can say, the misuse of short SMS during campaign process. Apart from that, if you look at the MCC in India, it also deals with the you can say the wearing of political parties' names, symbol, badges, signs, slogans inside the polling station. So these are the areas which in India basically MCC is dealing with all those things during campaign process. Now coming to the other points, MCC in India basically talks about the 48-hour silence period. So during that time period, there should not be any campaigning because it might influence the voters when they are casting their vote. Apart from that, MCC during campaign, it is also dealing with the defacement of property. It has been prohibited, it has been restricted. Similarly, MCC during campaign, now it also talks about the, as I have pointed out, regarding the expenditure. Now coming to the best practices which are prevalent, which is there in our MCC during campaign. Now, if you look at the enforcement mechanism in India regarding the MCC during campaign time, now there are National Independent Election Commission monitoring, police and local administration, the flying squad, you can say now CVSL, which earlier which was a standalone app, but now it is a part of ECI-Net. Now, if there's any, you can say, complaint regarding the MCC during campaign time, so the complaint will be lodged on that CVSL platform. Apart from that, the penalties are there. Then there is Suvidha portal regarding single window clearance, regarding the campaign permissions. So all these best practices are there in our MCC when it is concerned with the campaign process. Apart from that, if you look at the best practices, the next slide, the best practices, it is dealing with it imposes restriction on for political parties and candidates during campaign. It also deals with the government conduct during elections. It also deals with the recruitment and encouragement of first-time voters. Now, so there are some best practices in India in our MCC which is followed during campaign time. Now, coming to the next slide, I have just taken although if in our the team of Meghalaya has analyzed the MCC of 51 countries till this point of time, but but I have taken only 2 countries for the audience. But it's just if you look at the UK, now in UK there is a law which deals with which oversees compliance with the campaign finance and conduct rules, and the key features: spending limit, their donations, polling the rules, digital campaigning, and the enforcement election commission in UK can investigate and impose fine. Similarly, coming to the next slide, the US. In US, there are statutory laws dealing with the regulating campaign during election. And if you look at the salient features of those laws which are there, which are dealing with the campaign, which are regulating campaign during election, now the campaign finance, disclosure, advertising rules, digital campaigning, enforcement of machines is also there. Now, if you come to the slide number 9, although we have compared with 51 countries till this point of time, but if you look at that chart, I have just summarized I have taken some countries in that slide, and you can look at how campaigns are being rated in these countries with the help of code of conduct, whether statutory or non-statutory. Now, so there's one point here that regarding the MCC should be it should be consensual based, or it should be in the law form. So there's one debate on that. But coming to the next point, the most important nowadays here is regarding the campaign. Here is the digital and the AI challenge. Now, if you look at the countries nowadays, they are trying to develop their laws. They're trying to comprehend. They're trying to expand their MCC, because now because of the digital technology, because of the AI challenge, it is affecting the even the, you can say, campaign process as well. And if you compare the international standards, now the three core principles have emerged, and those 3 principles are regarding one is labeling, other one is the takedown window, and third one is algorithmic accountability. Now, if you look at the Indian situation in India, the ECI has basically has given an advisory note that how campaign should be taken and how digital campaigning should take place. And now, with regard to the synthetically generated content, and if you look at the guidelines or the advice now, which has been issued in the month of November 2025, now it points out that if the political parties are having responsibility to label, they have to be very clear cut, and they have to label 10% of their AI content. It has to be notified. So 10% of that particular image or the video or the audio, 10% of that should point out very clearly that it is AI generated content. Apart from that, if AI content is if it goes against public interest, that it is going to affect the election. In that case, it has to be taken down within 3 hours time period. Apart from that, the next point, the main point here is, and if you look at the guideline of the ECI regarding the digital campaign and particular use of AI content or the synthetically generated content, it has talking about the responsibility of the political parties. Political parties have to maintain an account of all AI generated content or the information. But the most important thing, which nowadays I think the MCC during election campaign should deal with and that is what I have find here is that is the electorate algorithmic manipulation. Because we are talking about the impact of AI generated content, for example, deepfake, or for example the voice cloning, how those events or those examples are affecting election process or campaign process. But what we are not giving importance, and that is how the third party is making influence on the campaign process by using digital technology. So that is a very important issue, because nowadays there are big platforms, and even there are third parties which are trying to use digital technology and thereby trying to influence the voter during campaign process. So the actual term here is the electorate algorithmic, and you can say the manipulation, because it basically because nowadays what is happening here, that there are third parties which are trying, they are not giving deepfake information. What I'm trying to point out, what they're doing is that they are you can say bombarding information regarding one candidate, trying to portray one candidate in a very good light by throwing the accurate information. But it is making impact, how it is making impact, it is basically it is making an impact on the psyche of the voter, because if the voting what about one candidate, obviously it is going to make impact on that, or on that particular voter. So that has also taken into effect in the mind. Now coming to my last slide, and that is regarding the summing up. So when we're talking about the MCC during election campaign, so three things have to be kept in the mind. First of all, we have to ensure the effective enforcement, and second thing is that we have to also ensure we have to bring more transparency in the financial. Point number 3 is that you can say we have to basically we have to make system more accountable, particularly to campaigning or election. You can say and we basically election campaign should be to minimize third-party influence, because it is going to impact. It is a big challenge. It is going to make a very big impact on the psyche of the voter. So we have to be very careful so the MCC during this campaign should also deal with that particular thing, which is still it is missed in the laws of various countries. So and I just out that we have analyzed the condition, the code of conducts of 51 countries, and we till this point of time we have drafted around one. So we have around those 51 countries we have made around 170 pages document, and so in the next few days we will finalize that particular report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the informative presentation, sir. Moving on to next presenter, we have Dr. R. Sivukan with us. He is the Dean of School of Media and Communication and Professor of Library and Information Sciences at Pondicherry Central University, Pondicherry. He has delivered over 300 lectures through face-to-face and the teleconferencing modes, and contributed 15 videos lecture of MOOC and SWAYAM. He has served on national expert committees for curriculum design in library and information sciences of CBSE and MHRD. Actively engaged in academia, he has participated as a keynote speaker, resource person, and organizer in numerous national and international events, including a SARC level training program. Dr. Sivukan is editor-in-chief of Salis Journal and a member of several editorial boards. He has published over 60 research papers, authored 4 books, and guided 8 PhD scholars. He is a recipient of National Best Teacher Award and has visited several countries for academic purposes. Over to you, sir.
This is for changing. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Shivam, for a nice introduction. Respected experts on the dais, invited participants and participants connected through online. Good evening to one and all. The given topic is very interesting topic. Everybody talks about this. Tackling misinformation and disinformation in elections. This is actually, based on the previous meetings what we attended, organized by IIIDEM. We got clear understanding what we are supposed to do. Accordingly, we have progressed to, some extent, and we are here to present that. So when we talk about the misinformation and the disinformation, everybody talks about that. It is almost like falsification with no intention and fabrication with the intention. So when that information is spread across social media, that leads to a lot of consequences to many people, but that can be easily controlled by implementing or adopting the mechanisms like pre-bunking and debunking. So debunking is nothing but creating awareness among the people. It is kind of cautioning the people for being aware of the fake information that is spread, especially on social media. And debunking, once it happened, so that has to be controlled with the available records and other documentary evidences. We have to prove it. So this is why this theme matters, because it is though it looks very simple, but it has got its own impact on many stakeholders. It negatively influences the electoral integrity, number one, and secondly, more than 50% of the voters across the globe are falling under the Gen Z population and also the below 30 years of age. So those are the people who are actually targeted by the people, and again people who are targeting are also from the same group by using the politicians. So ultimately the affected bodies would be all election management bodies, political parties, and so on. Now coming to our objectives based on our own understanding, it is to analyze the global trends in tackling misinformation and disinformation in elections, to identify the leading countries, including institutions, EMBs in tackling this particular problem, and also to identify the key areas, concerns, and many more, and finally to actually provide insights, recommendations, and many more to enhance India's engagement strategies in Chairship. So now to accomplish the objectives which have been framed based on the understanding of the previous meetings and conference. We have adopted a strategy. It is very important tool for all of us for any theme. Any theme, it is called bibliometric analysis, which talks about the scenario or trends of research or any subject in the entire world. So that we have adopted. So this tool actually helps us to know about the trends either globally or regionally or nationally. At any level this can be assessed. So this actually since the theme is relatively new, though it has been in existence for decades together, but it is relatively new for all of us. The way it is spreading because of the existence of social media. So this has become a prevalent issue for all of us. So in that, what the first phase was to actually collect the research papers published on misinformation, disinformation elections from Scopus. So we collected around 985 documents from Scopus. Then that was further analyzed to only study the global scenario where the world stands. So in the trend analysis, this annual growth rate of the publications on misinformation, disinformation, starting from year 2003 to till date, 2026 till March, we have collected the data. By looking at this particular graph, it has grown exponentially, especially after the year 2018, the number of publications on these particular issues have increased like anything. It is almost a manifold increase from single digit to 227, and now it is before March it is 28. It is likely to increase further in the months to come. The influencing sources where all it is spread and where it is all published, if you just look at a few journals and other popular resources, then comes the source protection over time. So as I have said, this concept is not new but relatively new. So the concentration of research of faculties and the scientists across the globe, so they have focused on this particular area since it is becoming more and more serious. So from 2017 onwards it has started increasing till 2026. Looking at the country's participation in contributing to the field of misinformation and disinformation in the form of research, so the almost close to 31 countries that we have identified after this secondary analysis based on the website web mining, and this one is especially exclusively based on the research publications that we have made. So the second one is the countries which are focusing least on the areas of publication. Then the keyword analysis also was done based on the data collected from Scopus. There we found that disinformation is the major terminology, followed by disinformation, social media, fake news, and social networking sites, online, all that. Then comes the thematic evolution, as one of the speakers mentioned in the previous session. He said that fake news is there from beginning, but based on our
yes, I think it's okay.
Some analysis, till 2020 it was only considered as a fake news which was spread only in the conventional media. So from 2021 onwards till now, many terminologies have been experienced by different election management bodies like misinformation, disinformation, social media, elections, and many more. So this is the evolution. The major finding of this bibliometric analysis is that, so when it has started mushrooming in terms of fabricating misinformation, disinformation, and when we have started spreading in social media. So here the second phase is based on the list of websites provided by the international IIDEM to collect a secondary data for providing details about our own team. So a list of 86 websites were given for content analysis. So here what we have done for our own team is that we have identified some criteria like election guidelines, SOPs and all, and many more fact-checking tools. On the other side, the approach adopted for web mining. So one is web mining, then automated screening through Python-based web scraping, and a keyword search with a broader term and a narrow term related to misinformation, disinformation. Then manual verification based on the results produced by the system. And last one is language handling. In some websites, we could not find the contents available in English. So for that, we used some AI tools for translation, and we started analyzing on that. So if you just look at the summary of analysis out of 86 total websites belonging to different countries, so we found only 31 countries having those parameters identified by us for evaluation, and no content found, though they have faced some issues. Based on the literature in the first phase, we could find some countries, but when we cross-verified with websites, we could not find any information. Maybe the inclusion of the conventional information or the encountering problems conventionally may not be available in the websites, but in that way we have found 35, and some websites had some issues, technical issues, it was not possible to open. So website errors, it was 20, so total comes to 86. And excluded EMBs, we actually excluded 55 based on some parameters like the countries, and also why this has been remarks have been given, the website not accessible or blocked, and many more such criteria were adopted for excluding those EMBs. And 31 EMBs identified for further analysis. This is the list of countries alphabetically arranged. All those countries are having the evidences of having their own contents on this misinformation, disinformation, and all those have to be further analyzed in depth. And based on our analysis, the best practices what we have found based on the primary and the secondary analysis in the first two phases, the most common interventions like the fact-checking partnership was found in Brazil. Similarly, the other countries also have their own uniqueness in adopting strategies to actually combat this misinformation and disinformation. Then comes way forward here, actually the transform this evidence into structured comparable case models that enable the thematic synthesis and recommendations to follow. So here what we have thought initially, also while understanding the theme thoroughly, we thought of creating a prototype repository which can be accessed 24/7 with auto alerts on misinformation and disinformation to the stakeholders. And media and information literacy as part of the curriculum has to be introduced, because as I mentioned at the beginning, it is one of the challenges to actually handle the Gen Z population, which is major across the world now, the voters. For that, most of those people are found either in the senior secondary at the school level or at the UG level in colleges and universities. So since we also have already implemented in most of the universities in the country this NEP 2020 National Education Policy, so it allows any learner to have multiple acquire multiple skills through inter-departmental learning. So for that, introducing this as a part of curriculum would be a best idea for us. And above all, we also have this MOOC platform. If you take that India, for example, SWAYAM is going to be the future. So it is functioning so well, and it is a free platform for anyone to learn. So we also can devise a course once based on the outcomes of this particular research or the study, we can say. We also have to propose the curriculum design, which can be also converted into e-learning modules, which can be again hosted on SWAYAM platform or any other international platform like Coursera and all. So that would definitely sensitize the young voters to understand what is misinformation, disinformation, and also they can prevent. And finally, if you just you may have a question, we recently underwent the election process in Puducherry. It happened on 9th. So even I, out of curiosity, I asked our CEO, have you come across any misinformation, disinformation? And he said not even a single information. The reason is, almost Puducherry is pioneering in finding a right platform to sensitize the readers, the voters that they already had in the previous election. It is Maypurul 1.0. It is actually where you can find the right information for fake information. So that has been very successful, and based on that, the current CEO, credit goes to him only. It is Mr. Jawahar, our senior IAS officer. He is the this is the brainchild of that particular CEO. And very recently they have launched this Maypurul 2.0 with advanced features. The feature is, they have created one video on misinformation, disinformation. That is on the one hand by the team working. On the other side, they have also invited the competitors from schools and colleges, to take part in that. And that also has been, encouraged among the youngsters. And above all, Pondicherry University and the other academic institutions, they came forward to create awareness among the voters found only mostly in colleges and universities, fresh voters and all, and that led to have zero problems in Pondicherry. The entire Puducherry had no issues except only one issue. They said that miscampaigning by the politician, not by misinformation. So they did not meet the timeline of the CEO's office given to the politicians. So with this, I conclude my presentation by thanking each one of you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It indeed was a great presentation on the topic. Moving into the session further, I would like to ask Draženko Pandek to please present his presentation. I think the voice issues is now resolved. Can you hear me, Draženko? Yeah. Can you please say something so that we can make sure that... Yes, Abid sir. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Sir, we can hear you, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, I will share the presentation. Okay, can you see the presentation? Okay.
Yes, sir, we can see the presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I'm honored to speak about one of the most pressing threats to modern democracies. Defending our electoral processes is no longer limited to securing physical polling station or governing ballot boxes. Today, we make effort in the digital information space. Our fundamental duty is to ensure that the will of the voters remains authentic and informed, and not a byproduct of algorithmic manipulation or imaginary realities. In this presentation, while the State Electoral Commission of Croatia operates within the EU member state, I will try to accurately state the nature of these threats in Croatia and the EU, and starting from this position, I will try to present you the strong legal framework, especially the Digital Service Act, that are available to us, and multi-layered strategies that are needed to protect elections in Croatia and the EU. The purpose of these presentations is also to give you an insight into our practice and experiences. In order to effectively combat the pollution of our information ecosystem, we must first accurately categorize threats. The Council of Europe and the European Commission classify information disorder into 3 different categories based on intent and accuracy. These 3 categories are disinformation, and for the European Union, the term disinformation refers to verifiably false or misleading information that is created, presented, and disseminated for economic gain or to intentionally mislead the public and may cause the harm to the public. Disinformation. This is false information shared without malicious intent. Voter may unknowingly share an accurate graphic about voting hours, sincerely believing that they are helping others. Although the intention is harmless, polluting the electoral environment is just as harmful. And then, again, there's the malinformation. This is authentic, factual information, such as hacked private mails or leaked personal information, intentionally published out of the context or at a strategic moment to cause maximum political damage to a candidate or institution. What are the consequences? The system spread of these narratives lead to value influence on election results, voter apathy, suppression of turnout among targeted demographic groups, extreme political polarization, and ultimately the erosion of public trust in official election results. At this point, the problem of foreign information manipulation and interference should also be highlighted. It stands out as a special phenomenon in this area. Filming actually is a covert or misleading influence on elections by foreign states or actors that has the potential to negatively affect values, procedures, and political processes. Such activities, particularly manipulative in nature, it is carried out deliberately and in coordinated manner. The actor of such activities may be state or non-state actors. The spread of disinformation in elections can be a strategic tool to achieve specific political, social, or geopolitical goals. Disinformation and false narratives in the electoral processes can be generated by inventing and spreading false information or by hiring actors to perform orchestrated actions in the real world for the same purpose. The goals of foreign actors who want to influence elections can be mainly divided into activities aimed at causing distrust in the electoral or political system in general, then activities aimed at obstructing electoral and political processes, and activities aimed at distracting electoral participants and processes. I will give some examples of this from the real world. The example of the publication of information used in the election is the AG narrative that there is a secret plan in Brussels to massively place the European population with migrants from Middle East and Africa in the European Union. And an example of real-world activities occurred in December 2024 before the election in Germany, where in several German federal states, almost 300 cars were disabled by sealing exhaust pipes with construction foam. The cars were covered with stickers with the image of then Minister of Economy and Green candidate Robert Habeck with the ironic inscription, "They winner, big winner." The aim was to provoke public anger against the Green Party and destabilize the election campaign with so-called false flag operation. An investigation by German authorities, intelligence service, showed that the perpetrators were allegedly recruited by foreign actors through social media and paid around €100 per car. The tactics used by malicious actors are constantly evolving, especially with the advent of generative AI, and I will list common examples of such tactics. Voter suppression and logistical deception. An example of this is the distribution of false information about election dates, location of polling station, or mandatory voter identification. In these cases, specific minority or demographic groups are often macro-targeting in order to reduce their turnout. The use of generative AI and deepfakes. The most sophisticated example of that is involved in a high-quality AI-generated video during the presidential election in Ireland, designed to look like news. The incident involved an AI-generated deepfake with fake footage of candidate Catherine Connolly announcing her withdrawal and a false report that the election had been cancelled. This operation was strategically timed to take advantage of the 48-hour period of information silence, maximizing voter confusion at a time when institutional and media counter messages were most limited. Then we have the stolen election narrative. This is where a pre-planned, coordinated campaign designed to solve doubt about the integrity of the electoral infrastructure are used. This campaign often involved dissemination of fake ballot insertion, videos, or false claims of compromised electronic voting machines, laying the groundwork for contesting the result if the perpetrator's candidate loses. Micro-targeting. It's about using sophisticated marketing analytics to target a specific group of voters with tailored narratives that resonate of personal level. Then, doppelganger operations. This term refers to brand hijacking or the identity theft of credible institutions and media. The goal is to create perfect digital copies, clones of well-known portals in order to distribute fake news that looks like it comes from the authoritative source. The next method is using a network of bots. This is coordinated, inauthentic behavior that involves thousands of automated accounts working in unison. Not only do they publish, they manipulate the algorithm to push conspiracy theory into the trending section of some platform. Use of dark social or encrypted application, that is, use of messaging applications such as WhatsApp, Signal, and Telegram, because they are end-to-end encrypted, they act as the black boxes for misinformation. Tracking these traces has become significantly more difficult as the battlefield shifts from open social feeds to encrypted dark social platform. Spreading fake news about institutional erosion. This is a narrative strategy that attacks the electoral infrastructure itself. E.g., that software is hacked, the dead people vote. It is often triggered months before an election. Next method is spreading very disturbing fake news. The goal of such activities is to cause unrest and insecurity throughout society. An example of such news is the frequent false report of bombs planting. The next method is using influencers and YouTube as a platform. Perpetrators use the services, paid services, on influencers who already have a broad follower base. Then, the method also is creating disinformation and propaganda channels. Such operations are designed to mimic legitimate local news and circumvent, for example, sections imposed on media outlets that spread disinformation. And an example of such an operation is, as investigator called it, the Russian portal combat, which spread disinformation and propaganda through the so-called Pravda system. So, the tools for spreading disinformation are very diverse. So how can we stand up to them? Possible measures and procedures to detect and mitigate disinformation, misinformation, malinformation may be, at first, tools for monitoring disinformation and fake profiles. These are open source intelligence gathering and network analysis. Social listening platforms are used to monitor the virality of certain narratives in real time. Tools like graphical, similar AI-based systems can identify coordinated and tactic behavior, so-called bot threats, by analyzing the speed and patterns of content sharing. There are also natural language processing systems, and this system can recognize semantic patterns characteristic of disinformation, such as specific vocabulary that causes fear or panic, even irrationally. In this context, it is important to mention in this context, it's important to mention the European Digital Media Observatory, which serves as a central European hub for the coordinating of fact checkers and researchers. Providing access to platform data, crucial for systematic risk assessment required under DSA. IISDEM conducts its work through 4 main pillars. First is fact checking. IISDEM supports and coordinates a network of independent fact checkers across Europe to detect and analyze disinformation campaigns. Research. The observatory fosters independent, high-quality research of the impacts and threats on disinformation, providing evidence-based insights. Media literacy. Observatory promotes digital media literacy initiatives to increase social resilience and enhance critical thinking among the population. Policy analysis. The organization analyzes policies related to disinformation and provides evidence-based recommendation to EU institutions and member states, including supporting the code of conduct on disinformation. Another measures are legislative measures. An effective way to prevent activities aimed at creating and spreading disinformation and false narratives due to the complexity and often high-level organization of the perpetrators can only be regulation. Legislative methods can be aimed at punishing perpetrators or preventing the spread of disinformation. And measures that aim at punishing offenders is the prosecution of perpetrators who spread false or misleading information, including dissemination of rumors and false or misleading news, and who transmit or provide false or misleading information in order to influence elections. Next, we have measures aimed at preventing the spread of disinformation, which is maybe even more effective. That, for example, is the EU Digital Service Act, a legal act that is binding to all member states and operates throughout the territory of the EU. The Digital Service Act represents a global paradigm shift moving from the voluntary self-regulation to strict legal liability for online platforms. It provisions regulate as in order as enumerate. According to the Digital Service Act, the legal content includes any information that violates a law or national laws of member states that are compatible with EU rules. This includes illegal hate speech, terrorism, and discriminatory content, child sexual abuse material, cyber stalking, copyright infringement, and the sale of counterfeit or non-compliant goods. Disinformation is systemic risk. DSA does not define this information as illegal content by default, but treats its spread as a systemic risk. Very large online platforms and search engines need to identify, assess risk to democratic processes, civic discourse, and electoral processes. Platforms must analyze how their design, algorithms, and content moderation system contributed to the spread of disinformation. In particular, they must monitor the use of fake accounts and bots designed to manipulate public opinion. Mitigating measures. Platform must implement reasonable, proportionate, and effective measures to mitigate this risk. This includes adaptation of algorithm system and recommendation system. Fake labeling. They must clearly labeling generated or manipulated images, audio, or videos that resemble real people or events. They must adhere to codes of conduct and crisis protocols during some emergency situation. Mechanism for removing illegal content according to DSA are: first, notice and actions. User can easily report illegal content. Swift removal. Platform must react quickly as soon as they become aware of legality. Authority orders. Courts or administrative authorities may issue binding removal orders. Trusted flaggers. Their reports get priority treatment. Voluntary investigation. Platforms can proactively search for illegal content. And of course, there must be sanctions to impose all that, and the European Commission has the power to impose fines of up to 6% of the platform's total annual worldwide turnover for failing to comply with its management obligation. Periodic penalties may also be imposed. Also, it may be necessary to draw up a detailed action plan setting out measures to end or correct the breach, and prepared access restriction may be imposed as the last resort. The DSA provides the division of responsibility. This means the following: that the platforms process reports, remove content, and comply with official orders, but cannot be required to proactively monitor all content. That the national authorities issue binding removal orders. That the digital service coordinates, oversees the implementation of the law in each member state and grant the status of the trusted flagger. That the European Commission supervises very large online platforms and search engines and ensures that they manage systemic risk, including the spread of illegal content. The next measure that is recommended is the adoption of the code of conduct for all stakeholders in the electoral processes. Such a code should contain the following obligation of a signatory. First, a commitment to accuracy and fact-checking. This means that the signatories have an obligation to verify information before publication, actively fight disinformation, and actively reject disinformation. Then, commitment to transparent and ethical use of AI technology. The course must include the labeling of AI content and prohibition of manipulated algorithms. An obligation to fight misinformation and false narratives. To ban disinformation, preserve the integrity of the electoral process, and contextual accuracy. And 4, agreeing to accept accountability and sanctions. This includes conducting internal scrutiny, publicly acknowledging violations, and cooperating with fact checkers. In this context, I should definitely mention also the EU Code of Practice on Disinformation. This is a core regulatory tool under the Digital Service Act designed to combat online disinformation through 43 commitments and 128 actions. More than 30 signatures, including Meta, Google, TikTok, and Microsoft, have committed to concrete measures. This measure includes demonetization. That means that reducing financial incentives for disinformation spreaders. Then tagging and transparency of political advertising. That means mandatory tagging and creation of searchable ad repositories. Service integrity, strengthening measures against manipulative behaviors. Empowering users and experts, providing tools to identify disinformation, automated access to the platform data for researchers, and fair support for fact checkers. The code of conduct has been already officially integrated into the DSA framework. It is important to know that certain recommendation obligations included in this code of conduct have also, so far, also have been integrated in the legislation at the level, namely the Artificial Intelligence Act and the regulation of transparency and targeting of political advertising. So-called Artificial Intelligence Act provides, according to this act, providers of powerful universal AI models must proactively assess and mitigate systemic risks to democratic process and public security. This requires conducting rigorous model evaluations, including peer testing, to prevent the creation and dissemination of false, illegal, or manipulative content. Furthermore, any AI system designed to generate synthetic audio, images, video, or textual content must apply machine-readable markers to its output. This ensures that AI-generated or manipulated content is technically detectable, thus directly countering the risk of voter fraud and deepfakes. The EU regulation on the transparency and targeting of political advertising strictly restricts micro-targeting techniques that use sensitive personal data, such as religion or political beliefs, without explicit consent, directly opposing the misuse of algorithms to manipulate the voters. Of course, a legislation alone is not enough. A whole society approach is needed. Such an approach includes following measures. Pre-banking. It is warning people about manipulative tactics before they encounter them that builds cognitive resistance. Developing protocols for rapid response in crisis situations. This means establishing direct, high-priority communication channels between election authorities, cybersecurity agencies, and platform security teams. On election day, the dedicated task force must be able to escalate severe issues. Establishing fast communication channels with the media. The fight against information to the public must start as soon as expected. Establishment of escalation channels before election day and on election day. Dedicated task force must be able to directly escalate severe dissident to platforms and systems.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Mr. Django, but we are running a bit late on the time. So if you can quickly sum up the presentation, sir, please. That will be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So there are, as you see, other measures, of course. One of the important is education, and I will just to emphasize some moves that some states made. That is establishment of special state office responsible for media. In Sweden, that is the Policy Defense Agency. In France, this is Viginum. And in Croatian experience, I can say that we tried effectively to deploy all that measures. We do have meetings with state elected bodies, with important companies which hold relevant platforms like Meta, Google, TikTok, X. We established a protocol for case of disinformation. We established escalation channels, very fast escalation channels, especially with Meta and TikTok. There is still work to do, especially in legislation. And in conclusion, I said that defending democracy is an ongoing, evolving challenge. In the EU, the DSA and the Code of Practice give us a legal advantage, but the ultimate responsibility lies with us. By combining strict regulatory enforcement, algorithmic surveillance measures, and proactive public education, we can assure that elections remain a true reflection of the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajango sir. It was an honor to hear you. For the next speaker, we have Professor Kshitij Awasthi with us from UP. He is Associate Professor in the Strategic Management area and Coordinator, Center for Public Policy at IIM Lucknow. He obtained his doctoral degree from the IIM Bangalore. His current research interests are largely in public policy, including education policy, health policy, and micro entrepreneurships. Over to you, sir, if you're there. Can you hear me, sir? So you are on mute, I guess. Can you please unmute yourself? We cannot hear you.
Dr. Kshitij, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
You must be having the controls of mute and unmute, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes. You are now audible.
And you can also see my presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry for that technical glitch, and also, I was hearing the previous presentation. So, good afternoon, everyone, distinguished delegates, and all the people present here. It has been honor to listen to many presentations on this topic. Let me be quick because we are anyway running very late, and there is one more presentation pending. So, our topic from UP State is maintaining law and order in the election, and this is a topic which has, perhaps if I say, one of the critical elements of electioneering that happens across the country. So there are several elements of an election. It is free, fair, and credible election. It should be protection of voters' right, prevention of malpractices, combating intimidation, and protection of election officials and infrastructure, and finally maintenance of public peace. These are some of the key debates that come in law and order of election. We can also see that there are different stakeholders involved. First one is executive and administrative authorities, then security forces, then political parties and candidates, and there are other groups like security forces, media. So you can see that there is a bunch of stakeholders who run together to who come together to run the show. So what is required in terms of maintaining law and order is first, as spoken earlier, the legal framework. Then there is a professional security requirement, risk assessment that includes the digital risk that is coming these days, communication related issues, and conflict management. If you also look at what are the challenges that we are facing every day across the country, if you look, and we also have some across country comparison, is that electoral violence and political clashes, they are happening. We are also seeing the spread of misinformation that was just presented in detail, misinformation and disinformation. There are cyber security threats. There are also hate speeches and communal violences seen in certain parts of the world. There are also post-election disputes and protests about the fairness of the process. Again, something that we have seen in recent elections. There are several trends in maintaining law and order, which includes some of them are community engagement and risk mapping as one of the key things that we have seen. Let us also talk about our thematic area. What we are doing is to examine global practices in election security. We'll also compare institutional environment framework across countries and identify best practices. I think that's where we want to reach as a forum, that what are the best practices everyone can adopt. Our geographical coverage includes India, South Africa, Kenya, and USA in terms of study. And focus areas is multi-agency coordination, as we just saw that there are so many agencies which are part of law and order situation for one election, and also developing a standard operating procedure. So we will use literature review. We'll also have some institutional practices, report and research paper. We'll also try to speak to people as we move along. But today's presentation doesn't involve any primary data related field. Okay, so these are the 4 countries which we have evaluated. The first one is about India, which we come from. It is a large scale institutionalized model. Then we have South Africa, where there is multi-agency cluster approach, and Kenya, which is interagency synergy as a key feature of their law and order, and USA, where decentralization is the primary thing. So if you look at India, then we have constitutional authority, election commission is there. There is also a mandatory mapping of pre-election thing, which happens across 4 to 6 months before an election, about violence, criminal presence, what can be possible issues in that. And it is joint responsibility of 2 components at a district level, which is an administrative unit for our foreign friends, that we have at district level. There is sub-state level where there are 2 officials. One is administrative official, the other one is police officer. The joint accountability is there to run free and fair elections. And then we have South African model, where we have seen that there are national coordination merging across police, defense forces, and they are also looking at eyes and ear with the civil integration of these forces. And finally, they are also looking at getting together with the big tech companies to find the digital defense of their election. So this has been the dominant model that South Africa has followed. Kenya, on the other hand, has focused a lot on capacity building, a lot on looking at, from their older experience, they have built upon that, and they have established community policing committees, and also making sure that every police officer, every person on security has very clearly laid out procedures for the decision making at that time. Finally, we have USA. Many of us are aware about that we had, which is the federal of a state, and local states look at law and order. So that makes it a much more state subject than many other countries. The country as such looks at cyber security focus. I mean, cyber security related threat, but everything else comes under state. So what we have seen here is that what lesson we can draw is the multi-agency coordination, which is common across, very universal across all the countries, particularly these 4 countries. We are also seeing increased private sector and civil society involvement in the process. We are also seeing that disinformation is the new battlefield. The bigger problem is not the law and order on the street, but what is fought on web. We are also seeing that training and professionalism is driving the key results. Particularly, we have seen in Kenya, where violence has come down drastically because of this control. And these are our future outlook also. We have to strengthen multi-stakeholder format rather than distrusting many groups. We have to put every group together for free and fair election. We have to prioritize digital security and counter disinformation. And finally, we have to invest in capacity building, which is sometimes the case that we don't pay enough attention on. With that, I will thank all of you and for hearing it, and looking forward to further meaningful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kshitish. Moving on to further, we have Dr. Rachana Kumari with us. She is working as Associate Professor in the Center for Media Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. She has been academically associated with the IIMC, New Delhi, Central University of Kashmir, Central University of Bihar, and Central University of Jammu in her experience of last 15 years. Beyond academics, she has been active in journalism too and worked as media professionals in Hindustan Times, All India Radio, and Sahara TV. An alumnus of Indian Institute of Mass Communication and JNU, New Delhi, she has a vast research experience in various media fields. I would like to welcome Dr. Archana Kumari ma'am to the stage and present her presentations on the topic. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So my topic and my presentation, before I start, I really want to thank everyone for brilliantly presenting all those topics, and I have taken, means there might be some repetition in my presentation also, because the some of the themes, some of the topics, I think that they are very much repetitive, because many of us have come to the conclusion in the same way. So I just want to start with my topic, regulating media campaigns, electoral integrity in digital age. So my first slide talks about the challenge of information disorder. Challenge of information disorder is very important, because what we are facing nowadays is, as everybody else has also spoken about, that misinformation, disinformation is very important, and we have to tackle it, we have to fight it. And the changing in communication ecosystem is also there, because there are digital platforms which are coming up every day. There is new updation in the media system. Technological advancement is so much high, and we have Gen Z, which is very much tech savvy. So algorithmic amplification, network information flows, and it has fundamentally changed the way we were actually dealing with election process. So electoral information circulates digitally more or less, and every speaker has already pointed towards it. So information disorder, which is false, misleading content, which actually deteriorates the trust in the system and in the democracy. It is a big challenge, and that is why we are talking about this particular topic. Digital transformation is there because platforms enable rapid, borderless spread of electoral misinformation during campaign, which is very important, and a point which we have to take into consideration. We have challenges as electoral management bodies, which face expanding expectation beyond traditional only administrative part of it, that they have to carry, and they have to carry the elections. They also have to manage people's perception, people mindset, their trust, and it is very, very challenging. There are many research questions which we have tried to tackle. How have electoral institutions conceptualized and responded to misinformation and disinformation challenges? This was the first question, first objective. Then the second objective was, what institutional mechanism have been adopted to promote accurate electoral information and counter misinformation, misleading narratives? How do collaborations between EMBs, platforms, fact checkers, and civil society shape responses? What emerging practices strengthen public trust in electoral processes and digital information environment? Because in changing environment, we have many new challenges also. So there are some global evidences and emerging trends which we are talking about, that documents measurable deterioration in electoral information environment from 2012 to 2020, coordinated influence campaigns documented globally. Then we have AI plus, AI deepfakes. AI plus, why we are calling it? Because we are deepfake used across US, India, Brazil, Turkey, UK, Slovakia, and many more other countries. We have key risk in electoral media environment. We have this misinformation, disinformation, about which we have been speaking a lot. Algorithmic amplification is a big problem, because algorithm decides what we will see, what we will consume as a media consumer. We have a regulatory outreach risk also, because anti-disinformation laws, they're becoming tools to restrict opposition speech. This is what is claimed in some of the countries. Then disinformation tactics in electoral context, if we talk about it, that coordinated authentic behavior, inauthentic behavior is there. Deepfakes and synthetic media, which is very much challenging, because a lot of things which have not been said, they are being said, and they are being propagated from the political parties, members, and deepfakes and synthetic media is a big challenge. Micro-targeted advertising is there, psychographic profiling for targeting political ads, and then we have encrypted platforms abuse, because they're due to encryption. We have messaging, short messaging services where encrypted messages are being circulated, and that they are very difficult to decode. And then opaque ad funding is also a very big challenge, and they are the tactics in which are being used. Then polling manipulation is also there, because deliberate misrepresentation of polling data to influence bandwagon voter behavior, that is also there. So then institutional responses and ECI practices, if we can see in India, we can see some of the practices which are very good, and key mechanisms are media certification and monitoring committee, about which one of the speaker has also spoken about, electronic media monitoring center, rapid response protocol with the defined timeliness, myth is versus reality, repository for voters, verify before you amplify, that is a public awareness campaign, deepfake analysis unit, which was already used in 2024 general elections, nodal officers with digital platforms. So these are some of the best practices, key mechanism which we are doing in India. Then some of the global institutional models which we can follow, that is Brazil, which is talking about hybrid governance, electoral authority platform, civil society coordination. Germany, I remember that Brazil was also elaborated, it has also elaborated system for misinformation and disinformation system, and it has a very good regulatory system also. Germany, independent media authorities prioritizing neutrality and human rights alignment. And then Singapore, where statutory enforcement powers centralized but raises expression and concerns. United States is there, which has a fragmented model, emphasis transparency, judicial oversight across agencies. And European Union, we have this kind of model which has Digital Services Act, mandating platform transparency and risk assessment. Platform content moderation is also there, which we need to tackle, and there are some challenges like algorithmic moderation, which talks about contextual sensitivity, because we do not see things in the context, and due to algorithm we see that the context is removed and the message is being forwarded. So the commercial models, which is very incentivizing engagement over accuracy. So more engagement is preferred than accuracy. Uneven, opaque enforcement. There are some regulatory responses. More than the challenges, I would like to focus upon the regulatory responses. That EU Digital Services Act, which is there, which talks about transparency and obligations and political ad disclosure, platform risk assessment, which is very important, because most of the cases people do not know whether it is an ad or it is an article, a news. So in most of the cases, this disclosure is very much important. Transparency has to be maintained. Shift from voluntary self-regulation towards regulatory framework, because voluntary self-regulation is not working in this dynamic digital technological world. Independent oversight bodies with access to platform data for researchers. Design interventions that empower users. Instead of being producer centric, we have to define and regulate in a way that user become empowered. AI content labeling mandatory, it should be mandatory, it was mandatory in 2024, and the AI generated disclosure requirement was there. So it is very important that AI generated content should be transparent, it should be labeled that it is AI generated. Inclusive participation in special measures, women who are most important part of the whole election process. So that is increasing. Indigenous communities, we know that they have reservations, and they are reserved constituencies which are talking about them. Transgender persons, for them also there are some registrations, and increased registrations are there for these people also. And then senior citizens, we have this particular kind of practice where home voting facility is there available, people from age from 85 plus, and PWD priority access is there. Person with disabilities have also some kind of facilities which are provided. So this is inclusive participation in special measures which have been taken care of. Crisis communication, rapid response, we have to think about it, because pre-crisis there are certain communication patterns which we need to take care of, like risk identification and mapping. Just before the campaigning, we have to think about it, that what could be the risk and how can we map it. Define institutional role, that what could be the institutions role should play, and they can prevent such kind of activities. Then we also have to appoint spokespersons and develop message templates. So all these are the preparation before the crisis. During crisis, we have to just rush to the rapid acknowledgement that it is very important that if there is any crisis, then it has to be acknowledged. There should not be any vacuum. We have to coordinate multimedia messaging, because nowadays the audiences are also multimedia consumers. They are not consuming it from one place, they are consuming from many different platforms. Continuous monitoring is also very important, and fact versus myth clarification is also very important during crisis. Post crisis, we have to think about action taken, explain action taken, then address the misinformation whichever is there. Stakeholder engagement is very important. Performance review is also very important, and institutional learning is also very important in post crisis time. So key insights and way forward, if we talk about it, then balanced regulatory approach should be there. We should have multi-stakeholder coordination. We cannot just think about that one agency will take care of everything. So multi-stakeholder coordination should be there. Fact checkers should be taken on board. Civil society members should be taken on boards. And then transparency and foundation, about which everybody would agree that we need transparency very much, because in the regulations and the campaigns, whatever AI generated campaigns or deep fake, if there are such kind of campaigns, it has to be labeled, because it can amplify or create a different narrative which is not true. Proactive EMB communication is needed. Media and information literacy, as many of the speakers have also said, that which should be the part of the curriculum. It is very important, because Gen Z is now voting, and they are very much on in media. They are very active on it. So media and information literacy should be introduced at the school level. Then adaptive global frameworks. We have no single model fits for all, so we have to think about that which model, which kind of system would work in case of India and in case of different other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation, ma'am. It really was insightful for all of us. Now I will open the floor for the Q&A round. If anybody has any question to any of our speaker, you can ask your questions. You have a mic on your tables. Please on the mic and have question round.
Hello. So my question is from Dr. Shishir Tiwari. Sir, since MCC is largely prescriptive, do you think that time has come to crystallize it in the form of a comprehensive law so that it is treated more seriously, as it is difficult to fix responsibility on the breach of MCC because of absence of a specific law?
Shishir sir, are you there?
Debate is still going on. That what should we do? Whether we should follow that the same consensus formula, or we should go for that. Whether we should have we can say law on that, or covering MCC. It is very difficult to point out what is good, what is not good. But if you look at the Indian situation, although MCC is not, we can say, is not having statutory backing, but still some of the provisions of MCC, what we can say, they can be enforced with the help of some statutory laws, for example, RPA, for example, BNS or ITC, or you can say even in the case of IT Act as well. So I can't give we can say a concrete answer to that question, but in my point of view, that whatever method we are following in India, I think in the Indian context, it is still, I think, that is my concept.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the answer. Do you have any other query? Yes. Kamlesh, please.
I have a question for Drajenko sir, but if other panelists also want to share their perspective, they are also welcome. So my question is, how we can tackle the spread of misinformation when people often justify it in the name of freedom of expression, and like at the same time, what if government use efforts to control misinformation as a tool to restrict freedom of expression?
Yes, I can. Yeah, thank you for that question. Well, that is always a problem in this matter. Of course, we do have definition what it is misinformation, what is disinformation, what is malinformation, and there should be, in my opinion, some independent bodies that could determine if this information is actually disinformation or some other false information, and is it harmful. So there is, of course, a cooperation. There are independent fact checkers who should be contacted regarding this matter, and it's important that some impartial, independent bodies or institutions can determine is that information harmful and that should be, for example, take out of the social networks. But we must have some tools that provide integrity of information space. I said also in my presentation that also the legal framework should be on the state level, such as criminalization of malicious, intentional malicious disinformation, and that, by my opinion, should be criminalized. Of course, independent courts should determine is this case or not.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any other question?
No.
Okay, okay. Any other person who is having any questions can ask the question from our experts. If it is okay.
Before closing, I just want to make my practitioner's view, because I have listened all the eminent speakers, and they have said very good thought, and also they have given us very good idea to work in future regarding conduct of elections. Being a practitioner, I have worked for different elections which were conducted by Election Commission of India for Legislative Assembly and parliamentary elections. So one observation which I like to make, that is all the issues which are coming for in the periphery of model code of conduct, that are most of the issues are also related to media management. This is one of the observation which we have seen recently concluded. We have seen this thing also in Bihar Assembly election, which was conducted in 2025, and parliamentary elections in 2024. So most of the issues which are related to model code of conduct, breach of model code of conduct, that are also related to media management and media management disinformation issues. Point number 2. So biggest problem in front of EMBs is they don't have any regular or structured regulatory framework to deal disinformation and misinformation, even malinformation. And if they are making any kind of regulatory framework, so the another problem is coming in front of them. They are not able to update it, because the communication technology is growing very fast, and when they start working any to develop any framework, that technology moves ahead. So there is a gap between technology development and the framework development. And the third point that is very important is the intermediaries companies which are giving platform to information, because now it is very tough to prove any information that it is a malinformation or misinformation is very tough. Legally it is very tough. because the lack of time also, investigative agencies does not have time, because there is a limited time period for model code of conduct. And there are so many cases of misinformation and disinformation, malinformation. To investigate every issue, to find out the facts, and to bring it all the facts in front of public, it takes time. So there is also a limited time. And the role of social media intermediaries companies is very complex. They are not also following the law of the land. So this is also one of the problem, and they are also using their algorithm to promote public narratives also. And what is public narrative? Anything that is coming as a malinformation, but people are commenting on it, people are sharing it, they are giving space to that information, whether that information is factually correct or not, whether that is verified by them or not. And they have given that audit facility to public also, that public will decide any information is true or false. So that auditability is also an issue in front of EMBs. So I hope our thematic experts will pave the way to find out the solutions, and we will have very good, strong research after this work, and it will become a benchmark for the EMBs across the globe. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yes. Okay. So if anybody has any questions, this will be the time. Otherwise, we will be concluding the session soon. I think nobody has any questions. So as we conclude this symposium, we bring to a close vital exchange of ideas focused on democratic electoral campaigns, media integrity, and regulatory safeguards. Through the discussions, I have underscored that electoral campaigns are not just the most political dynamic phase of democracy, but also the ultimate test of our regulatory and institutional resilience. On behalf of India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management, and under India's Chairship of International IIDEA, I thank you for your contributions. Your commitment to democracy for an inclusive, peaceful, resilient, and sustainable world is what makes the vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam possible. Thank you for your time, for your expertise, and your dedication to the integrity of the democratic processes. I officially declare this symposium closed. Thank you for your presence.